Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming here. So it's good to see that there's good turnout. There's many other colleagues online. So welcome to this EU Info Days. We'll discover more what opportunities Europe have to offer to KAUST, for partnership, for working collaboratively, for mobility, and also some traineeship opportunity. So we have a full day until 5. We're 4 speakers from Brussels line up that we go into details, and I will present Horizon Europe in general, and then the speakers will go into some more details. Since there is interest, we were thinking to have a closer look at what other additional opportunities are there for us. For instance, we're thinking about another EU Info Day in the fall on innovation, for instance. And so this will be a very good opportunity. So my name is Luca Polizzi. I work in the Office of the Provost and the unit for strategic planning and academic review. And it will be a pleasure to get then follow-up questions after this event. So a warm welcome to you and everybody online. We have a full day and we'll dive in, and a few words of introduction to our Provost, Susanna Nunes.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I really want to thank Luca and the whole team that is organizing this event. It's an excellent idea. I think KAUST partnership is very important for us. It was always important, but it will be even more. I think part of the core of our new strategy is partnership, and partnership with you, I think we can profit a lot, really. I came from Europe myself. I coordinate European projects there. I coordinate the Marie Curie initiatives there, and I think it's not about the funding itself, but the network of the exchange of ideas, the exchange of interaction with different groups, different countries. We are in Saudi Arabia. I think for very long we could not really be completely interactive part of a EU project, but we will learn. We will seek out for individuals, for postdocs, for faculty, but not only that. I think the rules are changing. We are getting more chances of being involved, and we really should use it, and you should learn more about that. So thank you very much. And
thank you very much, Susanna, for that. So let's have a quick look at the agenda. So we have a first presentation on Horizon Europe. After that, there will be a colleague from Brussels presenting ERC opportunities, so European Research Council funding schemes. Then there will be another colleague from DG Education and Culture that will present the Marie Curie Slobodska actions, our mobility actions for researchers, for postdoc, for faculty, and also for staff. And then there are opportunities for students' mobility and postdoc mobility through Erasmus+. And then at the end, we will have a final presentation from CERN. So it's the European Center for Nuclear Research. And Martin Gassal will give a presentation about what mobility options are there for us. So we already signed an agreement with CERN, and we can exchange and send our researchers there as part of this agreement. Then at the end, there will be a presentation from the Director of the Research Services, Erwan Arzel, that will present what support is available, for all of you at KAUST. So want to make these interactive, so will be presentation, but with some interaction. So Francesca, maybe you can say a few words.
It's actually an opportunity for you to interact directly with the responsible of these programs in the European Union. So your questions are welcome. After every presentation, there will be a question and answer time, except for the last 2 that will join the question and answer moment at the end of the second 2. And you can also write your question directly on the Zoom link that you all have probably. And I will try to ask the presenter and pass your own question. So thank you very much. We can move on and start with Luca.
Yeah, well, I use this one. Thank you, Francesca. All right, so Horizon Europe. Horizon Europe is the name of the European Union Framework Program for Research and Innovation. And it will last from 2021 until 2027. And the European Union is already working on what would be the next framework program. This program has a budget of about 100 billion euros and is open to the world. So this means that it's open to collaborations not only in Europe, but across the world. So the sources of the information we will receive in these presentations are European Commission documents, reports, and website. So the program wants to implement specific visions, contribute significantly to tackle climate change. 30% of the budget is dedicated to this vision. It wants to support a contribution to the Sustainable Development Goals across all the different pillars of the program, and obviously is focusing extensively on supporting growth, innovation in Europe and beyond, because many of the collaboration instruments are targeting countries outside Europe, and then we'll see later on. So why Horizon Europe receives so much attention in Europe? So 100 billion investment is quite significant. And on top of this, there is investment on individual countries on top of this budget to participate to this program. Well, it's helped develop a critical mass of knowledge in Europe, support tackling the global challenges, work with the best in science, recruit talents, find solutions to today's problems, strengthening the research landscape in Europe, in the vicinity of Europe and beyond, increase mobility across European universities, between Europe and other universities across the world. But there are also benefits, not only for Europe, but for the rest of the world. There are exactly the same benefits. So across the grand challenges, but across mobility activities and collaboration opportunities. So the framework programs goes through an intense process of monitoring and evaluation to understand impact and detect what should be changed in the future programs. So as you can see in the slides, we have more than 1.5 million collaborations across 150 countries, if you look at the different framework programs, and 3 times more publication in the first top percentiles of those working collaboratively in these programs. 48.2 million of R&D specifically dedicated to find solutions to unforeseen challenges like what happened during the coronavirus. And there's an increasing investment across the climate change, as mentioned before, and 80% of additional investment is targeting the Sustainable Development Goals. There's also an estimation that for every euro invested in the program, there will be between 3-4 euros of return in investment across Europe. And the same estimates are also targeting other countries that are joining the program. So mentioned before, this is the budget, almost 100 billion. It's actually 95.5, but there's also another small program of almost 4-5 billion that is part of the, let's say, research family of the programs in Europe that will get the budget up to 100. As you can see, there are the majority of the budget, like 53%, that is dedicated to the global challenges. This is the collaborative dimension of the program. Then we have 25% to excellence research. This is where you have money for European Research Council, so investigator-driven. So they are supporting individuals for their research. So not directed from Brussels, but is more bottom-up. So is about your ideas. There is under this window also the mobility programs, the Marie Curie programs, for instance. And then there's a specific part, 13.5%, that is dedicated to innovation. So how to support the translation of research to innovation, how to accelerate innovation and get closer to the market. The programs has three main priorities. So the first one is supporting science and technology, so strengthening science technologies in Europe and beyond. There have to be a clear impact on society. So that's why it's so important to measure the impact of the program every 4 months. And there is a strong focus on the green and energy transition across the entire program, and there have to be a return on the economy. So there have to be a return in terms of outcomes of these massive investment on the European economy in terms of jobs, new companies, new products. That's the structure of the program. Seems complex, but it's not so in the end. So you have to remember there are three pillars. Pillar number one, ERC, mobility, research infrastructure. So this is more individual-driven, investigator-driven. Second part, the grand challenges, so the collaborative dimension. This is where you need projects with different members, different partners, different universities involved. And you can see it's divided into 6 different clusters, focused on health, inclusive society, digital industry, climate change, food and environment. And the third pillar is the innovation dimension. So the translation of research into innovation. So again, the 3 pillars: first, investigator driven; second, collaborative project; third, the innovation dimension. And under each pillar, there are different collaborative mechanisms and instruments. The program is supported by an addition, was done recently, on defense and research development. There is a growing focus on research for defense in Europe, and more money is going to be put into this research. It's interesting because there's a lot of dual use potential in research projects that we could think about as an opportunity for further reflection in the future. So massive investment are coming through in this area. And then there's another part of the program that is focusing on nuclear energy. So in particular, fusion, fission, and the Joint Research Center that is a specific research body of the European Commission. So let's go a little bit into the details. I will not spend so much time on this because there will be an expert from Brussels that will present the European Research Council, how it works and what grants are available there. As you can see, the budget is quite substantial: 16 billion for ERC, European Research Council, 6 billion for the Marie Curie action, so mobility, and 2.4 for research infrastructures. Just one word about the research infrastructure. This money goes to support large research infrastructure, or also support access to already existing research infrastructure. So it could be interesting to keep that in mind. Second pillar, so is divided into clusters, 6 clusters. So health, culture, civil society, digital industry, climate, mobility, food, and environment. Under each cluster, there is a specific work program. And in the work program, there are the specific topics that researchers can apply for. The budget is divided across the 6 different clusters. As you can see, there's a strong focus on innovation. Well, this is kind of understandable. I mean, what happened during the pandemic, so increasing the health preparedness, the aging of society. So there's plenty of reasons, but health also receives a lot of focus. But there's a big focus on digital industry and on energy and climate. So as you can see, actually, both of them, they make the majority of the funding available. So 30 billion is specifically available for industry, digital, climate, energy, and mobility. When we speak mobility here in this program, we're referring to really actual mobility, like, I mean, car, trains, planes. I mean, it's not when we speak about mobility of individuals. This is really mobility of in this transport, basically. So the innovation, it's implemented by the pillar number 3 to support innovation in Europe and beyond. The activities are divided into 3 main categories: actions to support the Innovation Council, so your EIC, European Innovation Council, the support to innovation ecosystems in Europe, and the support to European Institute of Innovation and Technology. Why is it important to know that? Because you have funding opportunities across all of them. You have specific funding targeting innovation in the first pillar, specific funding targeting the innovation system, so the links between different ecosystems in Europe and beyond. And under the European Institute of Innovation and Technologies, there are KICs, knowledge and information communities. And these knowledge and information communities have specific budget for the areas of focus. And they are targeting also digital, health, environment. So these are additional opportunity for funding. So there's a few words about the European Innovation Council. So supporting and helping researchers to get closer to the market, so testing their ideas, access to demo sites, access to pilot lines, and there's plenty of pilot lines in Europe that are open for access. And it's supporting grants across three main instruments. So Pathfinder, so it means early technology until proof of concept. Then we have transition, so proof of concept, pre-commercial. So this means we go farther up in the TRLs, so the technology readiness levels. And then we have the accelerator, what is really going to stop that dimension and the scale-up opportunities. Well, Euratom, it's specifically focusing on energy research, and there's a lot of training opportunities as part of this program, so that could be of interest. As mentioned before, how to find information. You need to look for the work programs. There is one strategic program that is covering many years. It's the strategic plan 2021-2024. There you find the macro priorities that you need to understand to show why a specific project needs to be supported and funded, how is contributing to achieve those goals and those priorities. But then when you need to look into what is really closer to your area of research, you need to go into the annual work program per each cluster. So each one of them has a specific work program. We'll see this later. So here you have an example. So there's a specific work program for Marie Curie, a specific work program for ERC, and a specific work program for the European Innovation Council, and then work program across all the pillars. Now, a few words about partnerships and missions. So this is one of the novelty of the program. So the program has decided that we need to scale up more and more on partnerships. Those partnerships, they need to be focused on specific challenges, and those partnerships receive direct funding to achieve their goals. Now we see what partnerships have been already implemented. And those partnerships are in general open. So this means that there is additional institutional players or business players that can enter those partnerships and contribute to the work program of those partnerships. So missions, a couple of words about mission. Also, missions are considered long-term challenges that we need to crack. The missions have to be transformative, they have to be bold, inspirational, like ending cancer by 2030, or get climate neutrality by 2050. So very inspirational. They have to be an impact on society. People have to resonate with those missions, understand what they mean, and participate. And each mission also have priority research topics. Now, the partnerships. There are some specific partnerships in the area of green transition. 22 billion are allocated to these partnerships. So they publish their core program. They identify their own priorities in the research and innovation strategic agenda, and they fund the project under those priorities. So you have a list here of the different partnerships in the green transition. For instance, mobility and biodiversity, the clean hydrogen, zero emission, urban, or bio-based Europe. The partnerships, I work on the setup of the clean hydrogen partnership, for instance. So the partnership brings the EU money, 1 billion, for instance, And we need to find matching funds from the private sector, another 1 billion. So the partnership has now 2 billion, in particular the one on climate, on clean hydrogen. And the partnership publish its work program and the topics for research and innovation. And the members of the partnership apply to these specific funding instruments that are matching public and private. There is a series of partnerships on health. You see 4.9 billion allocated to support health resilience. And these are examples because there are many more. So these are 3 examples. There's a specific partnership that is called EDCTP, one on risk assessment of chemicals, another one on innovation in the health systems. Then there's another set of partnership that is really important to know about, is the partnership around innovation. And this is where you find money for the digital transition. And here are examples. There's partnership for open science, SMEs, climate-related partnership and health-related partnership under the EIT that I mentioned before, the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. And then the final set are all the partnership in the area of digital, so the digital transition. And here you have 4 examples. Partnership for Planet, a specific partnership on photonics, and one on developing new interaction mechanism between the partnerships. So now a few words about international collaboration. So how can we be involved in this massive program across all its pillars? So the program is open to the world. So this means that everybody can participate to the program. Everybody across the world, independently for their location, for their nationality, everybody is eligible. So there are some restrictions that are related to geopolitical issues mainly. But apart from these exceptions, everybody, every individual, every university in the world can participate. But of course, there are different rules and how they can participate and whether they can be receiving funding directly or indirectly. So why other countries really want to participate? Well, I mean, Europe is an interesting producer of knowledge. It's a big, big market. I mean, for a million of square kilometers market, 500 million of inhabitants, and more countries want to be part of these bigger family. And there's a strong focus on research infrastructures, and Europe make those infrastructures available to partners working on Horizon Europe. And why individuals should do that? Well, to grow their network, to have more career development opportunities, to participate in global projects that they would not be able to participate otherwise, or to improve and increase their chances of publications. I can see one of our next speaker is already online. So hello, hi Alejandro. So thank you for being with us. So as I said, in terms of how to participate, you can either participate to collaborative projects. So you need to be in networks with other universities, or you can participate as an individual and you can apply for grants like ERC or under the Marie Curie actions. When it comes to ERC, our colleague from the commissions in Brussels will specifically speak about that. And Marie Curie, it's soon after, someone else will also cover this. So now, questions of funding is always a big elephant in the room. So are we gonna get money from this? Well, the answer is blurred, yes and no, in the sense that, so organizations established in the EU or associated countries get direct funding. Then I'll tell what are these associated countries. Then organizations that are in about 110 considered low-income countries around the world can get funded, immediately funded by the EU. And there's the list of those countries. And then there are organizations that are established in countries that are high GDP, like Saudi Arabia, for instance. They can still participate, but there are different rules. When it comes to individual researchers, they can participate all the time based on the instrument. So if it's investigator-driven, they can participate directly. If it's collaborative instrument, they need to participate through their organizations and through their affiliations. In this case, the rules applies in terms of geographical locations of their affiliations. Now, let's go into a bit more detail. So many countries across the world decided to be associated to the program. Associated means that they negotiate their participation to the programs, they put money into the program, and any organization in those countries is automatically eligible for funding. So there are 4 categories, basically. You have EFTA countries, so Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, and Switzerland that are immediately eligible for associations. And so they can work and become immediately associated. Then there are the so-called candidate countries, so countries in the vicinity of Europe that aspire to become part of the European Union. So association is offered to them as well. There are countries in the neighborhood of Europe, so Mediterranean area, some parts of the Middle East, Morocco, Egypt, Jordan, Israel, Turkey. So all these countries in the vicinity of Europe are offered association. Doesn't mean that they take it, but they are offered automatic association through the negotiation process. And there are all the rest of the other countries across the world. So 18 countries are currently associated to the program. So this means they concluded the negotiation, they put money in, and organizations from these countries can be immediately part of the program and get funded. And we have 18 of them. I just mentioned some of those. So Iceland, Norway, the United Kingdom, Israel, Turkey, New Zealand, and Ukraine. So also New Zealand, so far away from Europe, is now fully associated. So any university in New Zealand can get money through Horizon Europe. Then there are other countries that concluded the negotiation. So the association is done, and they can participate through transition agreements. So this means that maybe some of them can already be directly funded, some of them maybe in few months, but it's done. So they will be associated in the few months to come. And this is Switzerland, Canada, and Morocco. Then there are countries who are currently negotiating their association, like South Korea, and there are countries that are starting the exploratory talks. So let's say we are interested in association, let's have a conversation. So they're still far from the process. Japan and Singapore. So for instance, why to associate to the program? So we asked, colleagues in New Zealand, so why, you want to be part of this program so far away from New Zealand? And this is the answer we got from New Zealand. So they believe in global connectivity. So that's why they want to be part of the program. They believe in having the opportunity through this program to attract talent researchers in their country and to export talent researchers to Europe, support works with the best in science in Europe, make the most of international cooperation, and also because they believe that their government, can support better global innovation thanks to this program. These are the list of the countries around the world that can get direct funding. So they were mentioned in the category of low medium income country. So any institution from these countries can get direct funding from Europe. Then what about our other countries? So what about us, for instance, in Saudi Arabia, or what about the US, for instance, that was not mentioned? Well, there are some exceptions. So even if you are, like in our case, a high-income country, you can participate and get funded if there is a specific interest in having Saudi Arabia in that project or having KAUST in the project. For instance, access to specific unique infrastructures that are not available to others. So we could negotiate our participation in getting money thanks to the amazing state-of-the-art infrastructures that we have here at KAUST. And other exceptions, specific environments. We are on the Red Sea shore, so we have access to a unique ecosystem here. And many other researchers across the world that might be interested in access to this unique ecosystem. This would be another exception why we could get direct funding from the program, or extending expertise, and that we know that we have plenty of. No more. There are other countries that are not associated to the programs, but developed national funding mechanism. So they say, Well, we don't want to be fully associated to the entire program, but we're interested in some parts of the programs. And you have Australia, Brazil, again, Canada, India, Japan, Mexico, Switzerland, that is Morocco. Yeah, and then the other one is the Principate of Monaco, South Korea, and Taiwan. Well, I put the flags, I mean, not to test your geographical knowledge, but to make it a little bit more interesting. But apart from this, there are even more countries involved in the programs. And those countries, for instance, they target specific parts of the programs like ERC. And for instance, you can spend from those countries time in Europe and work on specific ERC projects. So these are specific arrangements that those countries signed with Europe. And we have Argentina, Australia, Brazil, I mean, plenty of those. But in addition to the one, you know, we have also Singapore, South Africa, Thailand, and the United States. 6 steps to participate to the program. So understand where your interest, can fit into the program. So check the call, understand the call. So understand the work program. Go for the specific individual work program. And if you have difficulties, no problem. Just write to us and we send you the work program. You need to create, then search for partners, create an account, register your organization. CAUS is already registered as a unique number for registration. Is called PIC number. We already have that. Then you can submit your proposal, and then obviously you need to follow up on the instruments. So a few words about the different priorities. So the work program for this year is already out, so it's published. So this means calls are out now for participation. The rule is that you need to have at least 3 different members in the call, and having CAUSA will be always that 4th one, because these 3 need to be either located in Europe or in associated countries. You have the rule there. So 1 from EU or associated, at least 1 member, at least 1 member state from the EU. So here you have a set of slides. You will access the slides that will be published, so no worries, where are listed the areas of intervention. So based on your research activities, you try to scan through, see, oh, there might be something there for me, could be interested in, and then you can dig in and look further. There are cluster 2, 66 topics currently available. So these the calls are out now. Cluster 3, civil security and society, specific areas of intervention, then the digital part, manufacturing technologies, the key digital technologies, emerging and disruptive technologies. So there's a list there, but you will see the topics under each work program. And then there's specific opportunities under the climate cluster, climate, energy, and mobility. So on energy supply, energy systems, energy storage, smart energy solutions. So there's a lot of priorities. So you need really to navigate attentively through them. Then cluster 5, food, bioeconomy, and environment. Again, this is the list. So cost categories very quickly. So can be eligible to any organization. Can claim cost following the different rules, as I said before, associated, that has negotiated a specific agreement or not. And then there's personal costs, so subcontracting, the purchase costs, and indirect costs. For instance, even if in the collaborative projects, in some of them, we need to come with our own money, let's say CAUS money, can be claimed as costs that, for instance, we are already incurring in some personal cost or subcontracting or in some, for instance, research infrastructure costs. So to think also that the fact that we cannot get money does not mean that we cannot get in, and we could be part of the project thanks to costs that we already have to face here. Then the program has a very complex monitoring system to make sure that it's always on track. And so we look a lot intensively on the scientific impact, the social impact, and the economic impact. Why is that important? Because need to be mentioned in the project. So when you apply for a specific project, you need to clarify and mention how your program is going to be impactful in that specific case. So the framework programs are success stories, and the Commission is already working on what's next, the next program. So their budget that are thinking is in the frame of 114 billion for the next financial framework. So in 2027, there will likely be another big program that will continue to be open and offer opportunities. So to recap, there's opportunities for everybody. There's opportunities for researchers, postdoc, research scientists, PhD students, mobility of students, even undergrad under another program, but there are still these opportunities anyway. The funding can go to individuals, like direct funding to individual investigators, and we will hear more about that, or it can go to networks. In order to be part of a network, you need to understand the different rules in which country you are, what agreements are in place, but there might be future agreements in place between Saudi Arabia, for instance, for the participation in this major program. Now, we know that through the EAR and the RDA, the new authority for research, development, and innovation, they are considering to invest a growing amount of money to support research across the kingdom. So it could be interesting for them to know that there are those opportunities to support collaborations in Europe. So thank you very much. This is really a scanning through a big program. But now let's dive in and let's go into details. Our speaker from the European Research Council is already online, is head of unit in the ERC. So Alejandro is with us. And at this stage, I would pass the floor directly to you, Alejandro, to introduce the ERC schemes. Thank you very much, and then we'll open up the Q&A soon after.
Okay, so after this overview of the whole framework program, I'm going to talk about one particular program within it, the European Research Council. I have about 20 slides, so I won't go into too much detail. I'm actually presenting them as PDF file, 2 slides per page, as opposed to PowerPoint, because I find the transitions to be a little bit less hypnotizing, more gradual. I'm going to concentrate mainly on the younger parts of the audience, on the starting and consolidated grant profiles, though we do have funding for more advanced people. I will mention that, but it won't be the main part of my talk. So my presentation is an introduction to the ERC and its funding opportunities with an orientation towards the younger profile. So what do I want to cover? A few words about what is the European Research Council? What does it offer? Why would you want to apply? Why should you apply? And where can you get more information? And if we have time at the end, I can try and answer some questions. So what is the European Research Council in a nutshell? Well, we're one of several funding schemes of the European Union, of the framework program, as has been explained to you. And we have some particularities, and what I will bring out are mainly the particularities. We are offering right now, every year, about 2.5 billion euros worth of funding for what we call single investigator grants. Now, most of the EU funding is collaborative schemes, most. The main exception is the European Research Council and Marie Curie. You will hear about Marie Curie later. But one of the big differences in our case is that we give a lot of prominence to what we call the principal investigator, the PI. And the PI has a team. It's a team of people. Typically, the team of people will be at the host institution where the PI is located, but it doesn't have to be. In fact, if you justify and explain why your team is in other locations, that will be accepted. And those other locations, which can be funded, can be within the European Union, an associated country, or even outside the European Union or associated country. So the PI has to be located in an EU country or associated country, but the team can be outside as well. You have to explain why is this critical, and those team members can also get funding. So we have three main schemes which more or less move along the seniority of principal investigators as they have their own team or setting up their own team. We have starting grants, consolidator grants, and advanced grants. And then, as a little bit exception to this, we have synergy grants. Synergy grants are where there's more than one PI. They can be from 2 PIs up to 4 PIs. I will talk a little bit about that later, but it's not the main point of this presentation. Synergy grants typically have to have 3 PIs in the European Union or an associated country, but one of them can be located outside. And we have quite a number of projects like that. And these principal investigators and their teams located outside the European Union or an associated country can also receive funding. And we do have such cases. So 1 out of 4, or even 1 out of 2, can be outside the EU or an associated country and receive funding. And I'll come back to that in a minute. Now, we have few or nearly no restrictions. The PI, the main person making the proposal, can have any nationality. The proposal can be on any topic, on any subject matter. We have no priorities. We have no topics that you need to respond to. The program is one where we feel that we're trying to fund the best ideas, even the dreams of the best researchers. So we have no priorities. That's very important. The host institution, as I mentioned, needs to be in an EU or an associated state, except in the case of 1 PI of Synergy, which I mentioned. And what we try to fund is what we call frontier research. It's research at the edge of knowledge right now. It's not what we call incremental research. It's where there really is, you're breaking through into new, unknown exploratory areas. So the bar is high, it is competitive. But remember, you can make a proposal on any topic that you feel really motivates you. And another very specific thing about the ERC is excellence is the only evaluation criteria. We're not looking at things like financial impact or social impact. Of course, if your project has financial impact and social impact, that's good. It's not negative, but that's not an explicit evaluation criteria. Excellence of the science that you're proposing, excellence of excellence of the science that you are proposing, and the excellence of the PI are the only 2 criteria that are evaluated. So a little bit more. The ERC was set up about 17 years ago and is governed by a group of independent scientists, 22 members. So we like to think ourselves of being governed by scientists for scientists. So it's very much a scientific-driven program. And it's implemented by the European Research Council Executive Agency, which is where I work. So as I mentioned earlier, scientific excellence, the only evaluation criteria. We aim to support individual scientists and the teams they set up around themselves. So no consortia. Consortia are typically when you have groups set around in different countries where the research maybe go from one to another as it progresses through the project. This is not something we're looking for and is not something you should include in your application. As I said, no priorities is completely what we call bottom-up. We support frontier research in all fields of science and humanities, and our evaluation system is very, very international, with a peer review all over the world. This is a diagram of our funding over the years. We started in 2007 with 300 million. We're now up here in 2024, close to 2.5 billion. This, what I show in the graph, is only the money from the EU budget. On top of this is money coming from associated countries. The UK is an associated country now. It just associated itself. And so we will be getting another about 500 million euros into the pot from the UK. So this takes us up to like 2.7 billion, and it will keep increasing. Why apply? Well, this is, as I said, very much aimed at individual principal investigators. It offers independence of the PI, a PI who wants to break away from a big group and set up their own area of research, their own trajectory. It offers independence because you have a big budget, and our projects are typically 5 years, so you have some time until you need to apply again for another grant. They're very prestigious, so it offers recognition. If you get an ERC grant, that in itself will allow you to attract very good postdocs, for example, to come to your project, and a lot of visibility. So you can work on the topic of your own choice. The funding is considered generous. You get financial autonomy for 5 years. As it's so prestigious, and as we allow what we call mobility, from you can take the grant from one host institution to another within the EU or an associated country. You can use this to negotiate your best conditions of work. You can basically go to your host institution and say, if you don't give me better lab space, I will look for another host institution. And our PIs do that, and that's high leverage because they're very prestigious awards. And in fact, many host institutions, one of the ways they rank themselves is by how many ERC grants they get. As I mentioned, it's a good way to attract excellent team members from anywhere in the world. You can move your grant any place in Europe, EU or associated states, that's portability. And of course, this prestige helps you win additional funding. So these are the grant schemes. We have starting grants. Starting grants are normally up to 1.5 million euros over 5 years. And they are for people who are 2 to 7 years past the PhD. So you shouldn't look at this as a postdoc position. It's actually when you're starting to set up your first grant, your first team. You don't need to have been independent before applying for a starting grant, but there need to be indications that you're starting to reach out in an independent direction. For example, if you've done a postdoc in an area different than your PhD, that will help, okay? Consolidator grants are for people 7 to 12 years past their PhD. Here, the idea is you've shown a certain level of independence already. Maybe you have a small group, a small team within maybe a bigger team, and you want to consolidate this independence. And these grants are bigger, normally up to 2 million euros for 5 years. You can apply for less than 5 years if you want. Not many people do, but the amounts of money are pro rata, okay? Then we have advanced grants. Advanced grants are really for any age group. You don't have to be beyond 12 years. There's no restriction. In fact, the advanced grants, there's really no restriction whatsoever to apply. Not even a PhD is required. They're open. The only requirement is that you have a host institution in the European Union or an associated state. And they are up to 2.5 million euros in 5 years. Of course, all these are very competitive schemes. I mentioned earlier the synergy grants. I won't get into that. This is where you have 2 to 4 PIs. And remember, one of them can be based outside the EU or the associated countries. And these can be up to 10 million euros for 6 years. I won't mention proof of concept because you have to have one of these main grants to get a proof of concept. So those are the schemes, and the ones I will talk most about are the starting grants and consolidated grants. They are for younger researchers. It's not a postdoc position. It's setting up your first team or consolidating your first team. So what do the panels look at? They look at the only criteria of evaluation is excellence. I would say the main criteria is the excellence of the research project that you propose. Is it groundbreaking, the level of ambition? And of course, we accept risk. Risk is fine, but what you propose to do needs to be at least feasible, not impossible. So you have to explain the feasibility of what you're proposing. So high-risk research is not only accepted, it's actually encouraged. Of course, high risk needs to go with high gain, but risk in itself is not a negative point. So the main criteria is the excellence of the science in your research project, and there will also be an evaluation of the principal investigator and the excellence of the PI, their intellectual capacity, creativity, and commitment, and to what extent is it credible that this person can carry out this high-risk, high-gain research that's being proposed. Okay, so the main weight is on the research project, but what you propose to do, it has to be credible that these ideas are yours, and also that you are able to carry it out. So how do you apply? We have deadlines throughout the year. I will come to that in a minute. When you apply to a panel. Now, I mentioned earlier that we fund every area of science, humanities, social science, mathematics, you name it. So we have divided, out of convenience, everything into 28 panels, and here are the 28 panels. This is just a convenience in order to evaluate the proposals. There are no priorities. It doesn't mean that molecular or biological mechanisms has any priority over any topic. This is just a way of breaking everything up into 28 panels. If something isn't seen here, it's still included, okay? But when you do apply, you will be asked to identify which panel do you think would be best to evaluate your proposal. And you're also asked to identify a second panel in case what you're proposing doesn't fall fully within one panel, but you would need expertise from another panel in order to evaluate it properly. So you can, of course, in your application, put just one panel, LS6, but you could also put LS6 plus mathematics, because you're having a mathematical approach to immunology, for example. So you'd put main panel immunology, secondary panel mathematics. And that's a message to us when we get the proposal that you feel that you need reviewers, you need people from the mathematics field to look at your proposal. And we will take this into account. Okay, so the main message here is these are not priorities, and everything is covered. If you look in more detail in a document which is called our information for applicants, what is covered in each panel, there is a list of what we call descriptors, about 15, 20 per panel. And for example, if you take P2 physics, it may talk about laser physics, atomic physics, molecular physics, but those descriptors, as we call them, are not priorities either. They're just there to give you an idea of what that panel covers. So if you see a descriptor in there, that doesn't mean that that topic has a priority. And if a descriptor is missing, it doesn't mean that this topic has a lower priority. This is just to explain to people more or less what that panel covers, okay? Some people get all stressed when they see that their topic is not one of the descriptors and wonder, is this a lower priority? And that is not the case at all, okay? So I will tell you a little bit about how the evaluation takes place for our main grant, Starting, Consolidator, and Advanced. And it's a two-step process. There is one deadline per year for each of these calls. Starting grant is typically in October. Our next deadline for starting grants is in October. That's starting grant 2025. And I will just take that as an example. So you submit to our call a proposal which comes in two parts, what we call a part B1, which is an extended synopsis, meaning a summary of about 5 pages, and information about yourself. It's a 4-page CV, which you can find the details in our documentation. And this is what we call part B1. We get a lot of proposals per call. We get about 3,000 per call. But in the end, what we do, every PI, every project that's going to be funded is going to be called for interview. But we can't interview 3,000 people. We only, in quotes, double quotes, only interview about 1,000. Okay? So the first step is to make a triage. What about 1/3 of the proposals will go on to an interview? So when you apply to a panel, the proposals are received, and we look at them here, the scientific officer of the panel and the panel chair, and they're distributed to the panel members in the panel. Each panel has about 15, 16 panel members covering the area of the panel, and they will receive them, and about 3 months later, they will come to Brussels in person and go through the proposals after reviewing them and decide which ones are invited to come to step 2 for an interview. So one of the take-home messages here is that this B1 part, the synopsis and the CV, are looked by generalists in the field. Because any one of those panels, those 28 panels, when you cover it by 15 or 16 people, they can't be specialists in every single topic, okay? So the message here of part B1 has to be written at a level where a generalist in that panel can actually understand what you're proposing and appreciate what you're proposing. It could be by chance that one of them is a specialist in what you're doing, but you can't count on that. And typically, the proposals are looked at by 4 panel members. The panel members come to Brussels about 3 months later, and about 1/3 are invited to come for interview in step 2. And 2/3 are then rejected at that point. This is where we go from about 3,000 to 1,000. And they get feedback. They get the reviews that the panel members have made during those 3 months, the written reviews, and a panel comment. And most applicants, when they're rejected at this point, very much appreciate the feedback that they get. We make a big effort that the panel members give useful and detailed feedback to the applicants so that they can expect or understand why the proposals were rejected. And like that, they can improve them for a later submission. So a subset, about 1/3, go on to step 2. Now, at this point, at the end of this step 1 panel meeting, the panel members choose remote referees from all around the world. Now, these are specialists in exactly what you're doing. And here we look at what we call part B2. That's the second part of your proposal. It's about 15 pages, and it's much more detailed. And it goes into details of the methodology. It goes into details of the resources. It's a much more detailed explanation of what you plan to do. And now the whole proposal, that's part B1, the overview, and part B2, the more detailed methodology, is sent for review by 4 or 5 additional experts anywhere in the world. So that's why your part B2 has to be designed for experts to believe in the credibility of what you propose, while part B1 is more for the generalist, okay? So it's two steps. Think of it like you're applying for a job, And what you're trying to do is get an interview on the job. So your CV is sort of broad. When you go to the interview, you're going to have to get into more details. So now this is sent to remote reviewers around the world. For each call, we deal with thousands of remote reviewers. I think we deal with about 30,000 remote reviewers every year for all the calls. It's an enormous number of remote reviewers. It's a very big effort. So these are sent out for their detailed remote reviews. Remember, the whole proposal, part B1, the synopsis and the PI description, and part B2, the more detailed part, is sent. And about 2 or 3 months later, the panel gets back together again. And they have all the reviews. They have their own reviews in the panel, and they have all the reviews of the remote referees. And now what they do is they call for interview all the finalists for each panel. Typically, each panel will have 30, 40 interviews. Interviews used to be in person in Brussels. That's been stopped because of the advance of technologies like this one, and also for carbon footprint reasons. So the interviews are now remote using Zoom or WebEx or something like that. And you are called, your interview, if you're called, is about 25 minutes. And by then, the panel members will have read your proposal, will have read all the reviews, and will have some questions for you. And just to give you an idea, what are they looking for? Well, they'll be looking for, first, are you really the intellectual author of that proposal? Are these really your ideas? And they will be fishing for that. And second, they may have questions like, for example, the remote reviewers may point out that this may not work because of this reason, and they may want a clarification for that. So those are the two typical things they're looking for. Are you really the intellectual author to this? And to clarify technical issues that may have been pointed out and feasibility. And so what proportion of people called for interview actually get funded? It's about half of them in the end, more or less. So we have an overall success rate of about 12%. So about a third go to step 2, and about of the 40% of those get funded in the end. So that's where we get the 12% from. Now, I told you a little bit about the evaluation process to try to emphasize what it is you're trying to put in your proposal. In part B1, it's for the generalists, it's for the panel members, and part B2 is for the specialists. So remember, the specialists get both parts. So you don't want to just overlap the two. They should be complementary. The remote reviewers will have both parts to read, and so you don't want to, in part B2, just repeat everything in B1. You will have lost 5 pages. Okay, so that's a little bit about how the review works. As I mentioned, anyone from anywhere in the world can apply. You don't have to be in the EU or an associated country when you apply. In fact, the only thing you really need is what we call a letter of support from the host institution. So if you are outside the EU, for example, Saudi Arabia, or for example, in Canada, doesn't matter, what you need at the time of application is a letter from a host institution in the EU or an associated country that says, if this person gets funded, we will provide them with a position and with everything necessary for them to carry out the project. This means the lab space, it means an appointment, it means office space, it means administrative support. But the important message is you don't have to have the position at the time of application. You just have to have this letter, a one-page letter, a standard letter that we can download, and all the host institutions in Europe know about this letter, which basically engages them, obliges them to take you on. Another important point, which I will say at this point, is that you can actually include your own salary in the grant. So you don't even have to have a position that pays you the salary. You can include your salary in the grant, okay? So this is what I mean, that all you really need is a host institution letter from an EU or an associated country host institution. And of course, you have to satisfy the eligibility conditions for starting grant and consolidated grant. That's the years plus PhD. And as I mentioned, for advanced grant, there are no restrictions there either. So we also offer what we call additional funds, which we call startup funding for researchers that come to Europe. This is up to €1 million. It doesn't matter which of the schemes. And this is the idea that you're coming and you have to set up a new lab, and that takes costs. So these are to help set up a new lab. The grantees can keep an affiliation outside of Europe, but most of the work, at least a significant part of the work, at least 50%, has to be carried out in Europe or an associated country. I mentioned earlier, team members can be based outside of Europe, and they can be funded, but it needs to make sense. And once you're here, you can move around. If, for example, your host institution doesn't provide you with good lab space conditions, etc. This is eligibility period for 2024 calls. I don't have the information for 2025 calls yet. It hasn't been published. It's expected to be published mid-July. These are the details for the 2024 calls. The only thing that's expected to change here are adding a 1 here and a 1 here and a 1 here. We measure the period as of the 1st of January in terms of the eligibility period, 2 to 7 years prior to the 1st of January, and consolidated 7 to 12 years prior to the 1st of January. None of this is expected to change in the next work program. And as I mentioned, for the advanced grants, this doesn't even apply. And I mentioned earlier that you can apply for additional funding. One is to move to Europe. I mentioned that. That's the first, case A. But also, if the project you're presenting needs the purchase of major equipment, if you explain it, if you justify it, if the panel members agree, you can apply for and get up to another $1 million for that. Also, access to large facilities, for example, telescopes, accelerators, even these scientific ships that go to, for example, Antarctic, that you can also ask for an additional $1 million for that. And also, if you're in an area of research that is very expensive, for example, in equipment and consumables, all that can be justified. So in all these cases, you can add up to an extra $1 million. So a starting grant in such a case can go up to $2.5 million. The only thing you can't spend this extra $1 million on is personnel costs. There are some minimum time commitments on the project, depending on starting, consolidate, or advanced. The minimum time commitment in Europe is always 50%. For a starting grant, you have to spend at least 50% time on the project, consolidated 40, and advanced grant 30. Okay. So I've covered this a little bit already. There are possibilities to extend these eligibility windows in starting and consolidator for reasons like maternity, paternity leaves, long-term illness, military service, clinical training, natural disasters, seeking asylum, etc. So these 2 to 7, 7 to 12, there are good reasons by which you can extend that period. And I advise you to look at what's called our work program or information for applicants to get the details. I mentioned the application is in 2 parts, the B1 with 4-page CV and a summary, part B2, a 15-page more extended proposal. I mentioned you get a 30-minute interview if you get to step 2, and that you don't need to be at the time of at the host institution at time of application. Here are a few little tips, sometimes contrary to what many people think, and that is don't go looking at which panel is bigger and which panel is smaller. They're not all the same size. But what is the same is a success rate by panel. We adjust the amount of money per panel according to the demand per panel. So some panels are bigger, they fund more proposals, they get more money. Some panels are smaller, they get less money, they fund fewer. But what's the same is the success rate. So don't apply to a panel just because it's bigger and the year before it gave more applications, okay? The success rate is the same by panel. It has no priorities, The descriptors I mentioned do not represent priorities. We have looked at success rate over what we call academic age. It's very flat. The only period which has slightly slower success rate is the very early years of starting grants. But later on, the success rate by academic age is quite flat. And that's because we instruct the panel members to take into account how far along in the window an applicant is, or in the advanced grant, how far along they are in their career. Publication record is not a decisive criterion. And the other point is the host institution is not an evaluation criteria. You don't get more points if you apply from a prestigious host institution or less points if it's a less prestigious. We only look at the ideas and the PI, and is it credible that this PI can carry out this research? These were our opening dates and the deadlines for the various grants and the Work Program 2024. Work Program 2025 is not published yet. I don't have them, but the dates will be very similar. We try to make our program predictable. The only deadlines still open for Work Program 2024 are our advanced grants. And in fact, that call has not opened yet. It opens the 29th of May, so very soon, and closes at the end of August. So for our Work Program 2024, advanced grants are still open. Starting Consolidator and Synergy, those deadlines passed, but we expect, for example, the next starting grant deadline to be in October 2024. And this is amount of money per call. And here, I think it's my last slide, an overview of some ERC and figures. We have funded over 13,000 researchers, SPIs, in their teams, over 90,000 scientists working in their teams, over 2,400 patents, over 400 startups. We are very successful at setting up startups, over 220,000 publications in scientific journals. We have funded research at over 900 institutions, PIs of 89 nationalities, and our PIs have received 14 Nobel Prizes, 16 medals, 11 Wolf Prizes. And here you can see over the years, the increasing percentage of non-EU or non-associated country nationals being funded as PIs. We're now up to nearly 14%. Where can you get more information? We have a website. You can have it right here. We have some little videos, which I tried to make instructive. We call them ERC classes. You can watch them. It says click here to watch. I won't click on it. And that's everything I really wanted to present today without making people dizzy. So if there are any questions, I can take them.
Yes, thank you so much, Alejandro. I jump directly into the questions. So the first one is from a faculty in KAUST. He asked, can KAUST faculty get an ERC advanced grant and remain a KAUST faculty? Or they need to move definitely to a U institution or temporary?
So they can be a principal investigator, a PI, under the Synergy grant scheme. They can be one of 4. If they are working together with 3 PIs in the European Union or associated country, they present a research where it's crucial the know-how of the person in KAUST. This is where the word synergy comes from. The idea is that this is a research which needs the know-how of all 4, all 3, or all 2 of these PIs. If that synergy is satisfied, they can receive funding. In turn, they cannot be a PI under the advanced grant. They can be a team member, but there, the logic is that the PI is in an EU or an associated country, presents their proposal, and in their proposal says, I want to collaborate with this person in KAUST, for example, and this is why. And if this is accepted by the panel, that team member in KAUST can receive funding.
Okay. Another question, can KAUST faculty apply for synergy grants together
Yes.
with a UN university?
I kind of answered that already before. They need to be one member out of the group of Synergy grant PIs. So a group of 2, a group of 3, a group of 4. But yes, they can apply, and they can get funding, and they can be a PI.
Okay. For the starting grant, you said that you need to, the applier should be between 2 and 7 years after PhD. Is there some flexibility for family reasons?
There is a lot of flexibility there. There are about 5 or 6 reasons for extending that. The most obvious one is maternity. For every child, a female PI can extend the end of that window by 18 months automatically. All you need is a birth certificate, okay? You don't have to get into details. For paternity, you can also extend it by whatever time you have taken as paternity leave. You just have to present how much time you took as paternity leave after the birth of the child, and that will extend your window. You can also extend it for military service. Clinical training, for example, for MDs is another one. Cases of natural disaster, if since your PhD there was some natural disaster that impeded you in your research career, you can present that as well. So yeah, there is quite a number of reasons, and they're detailed in our work program or our information for applicants. When you really want to get into these details, I would go into the information for applicants document. But yes, there are a number of reasons for that.
Okay, the last question for you, whether a researcher, a KAUST researcher can apply for an RC starting grant and remain in KAUST?
They would need to be employed. I think we use a word, have an appointment, by a EU host institution. They need to spend at least 50% of their time working at the EU host institution. They could have a secondary affiliation with KAUST, but their main affiliation, and more than 50% of their time, needs to be at the EU host institution. So you can have a secondary affiliation. You could travel backwards and forwards. You could even keep, for example, some postdocs there. But the primary affiliation has to be in an EU or an associated country host institution.
Okay, thank you so much. Are there any questions?
Yeah, maybe we can open the floor for the questions here in the room. These are questions that we got online.
Yeah.
Hello. So my question is, since, as far as I understood, there are no seniority criteria, at least for the starting grant, and someone can be a postdoc, but as a postdoc, you cannot hire PhD students, other postdocs, or professors. So how can one spend the money? Only within their research and
I mean, as I mentioned earlier, this is not a postdoc award, okay? That's a very important message. You are here, your first, it's like what you could consider an assistant professor. You're now starting your first independent position, setting up your small group. You are nobody's postdoc. Okay, you need, and that there is a host institution letter, you can read it. And when the host institution signs it, they guarantee you the ability to hire, the ability to choose who you hire. They guarantee you space. They guarantee you administrative support. This is not a postdoc award, okay? You are not a postdoc. This is your beginning to set up your small first team. This doesn't mean that you don't work in a department, that you don't collaborate with people, but you're not somebody's postdoc.
Okay, but on the other hand, it does not guarantee a position at the host university as a faculty member, for example.
It guarantees,
right? It's just
it guarantees an appointment. It guarantees a salary. It guarantees support for those 5 years. What the host institution wants to do after that is up to them.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other question? Yeah, behind there.
Thank you so much. So you mentioned that the consolidator grant, for the consolidator grant, also young research scientists can apply without having a small group, I mean, coming from another group. So which are the chances that a research scientist can apply to a consolidator grant and obtain it?
Well, the formal requirement is just to be 7 to 12 years past PhD. There are no other black and white requirements. It's basically the case you make. Could you apply for a consolidator and have not having been, say, an assistant professor already? The answer is yes. I'm not saying prior in autonomy is always a plus, but if you make a good case and your research is considered to be exceptional and you present why, that's not a problem. We deal with people with very different backgrounds working in very different research centers. So, for example, one may work at a national research center where there isn't a concept of students and postdocs, and we accommodate to that. This is what we call context. So the panels are instructed to take into account context. And if you can explain your own personal situation, and they consider you to be very promising, and you get an interview and they listen to you and you convince them, you can get it. Okay? We don't have black and white rules.
Thank you.
I have new.
There's another
one.
question. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the talk. A quick question related, if you get appointed to the host university in Europe, will you have the responsibilities as an assistant professor? So you have to give also lectures and so on, and then some of the time you will focus on your research, or in this appointment you will focus just directly on your research? Thank you.
Strictly speaking, that depends on the host institution. In fact, a host institution doesn't need to be a university. It can be a research center. It can even be a company. So obviously you wouldn't teach in a company and you wouldn't teach in a research center. Now, what you agree to, if it were a university, is between you and that university. If you put in your starting grant application that I need 100% time for the research, and you cover your salary 100% time from the grant, probably the university will allow that. But that's up to between you and the university, okay?
More question?
For the consolidated grant, for example, I understand these are individual single PI grants, but if I want to include my immediate colleagues in the department who are experts in, like, who will contribute to the grant, are experts in some way or the other way, can I include them in that grant?
Yes, you can configure your team how you like. The only thing is, remember that you are giving a message that you're setting up your own team. So you may not want to include, if you're working for some big professor, it may not look so good if you are now including your big professor, because then it may look like the whole thing is inverted, okay? On the other hand, if it makes sense scientifically, that's fine. But remember that what you are trying to present here, this is my ideas, this is my team, this is how I'm going to carry it out. But we have no black and white rules on the team. The team can be anywhere, anybody, anywhere in the world.
Thanks.
Any more? There's another one. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I have two questions. The first one, you pointed out that there could be some flexibility with regard if a person has a paternity or maternity leave to extend the period of 7 years. But are there, in the other case scenario, possibilities of starting before 2 years? For example, if a person spent multiple years in their PhD and had, let's say, more tasks than usually. So this is the first part of the question about minimizing the 2 years. And the second part is, do the 2 years start counting once you, let's say, get the grant, so this is the 2 years, so one can apply, let's say, at a 1 year and a half after PhD to then have the whole process and start at 2 years? I hope I was clear in my question.
Yes, no, the 2 years applies from the date of, well, actually, it applies on the 1st of January of the year of the call, okay? And it's measured from the date of your successful PhD defense. And no, you can't go below 2 years right now, okay? That's the minimum. This is done in part to try to avoid an incredible number of applications, because this is something we've always, because when you're so flexible and so open, the downside is you get a lot of applications. But no, you can't go below 2 years, but the 2 years is on the 1st of January of the year of the call, and is measured from the date of your successful PhD application.
Thank you.
There are actually a couple of questions, again, on the 2 to 7 years from the PhD, and they related to the parental leave in Saudi Arabia. So apparently, maternal leave here are shorter than in EU, and like for fathers, there's no recognition of parental leave. So how can someone prove they took that time off if, you know, the country doesn't allow and doesn't recognize parental leave?
Well, we have to adapt to many different countries. So we go by, for paternity leave, we go by whatever the rules are in the country, but also by whatever the rules are at the host institution. So it doesn't have to be a national law. The host institution can give you a parental leave. We will go by that, but it has to be documented. You could try to make a case, but I think their best would be to send an email question, because this is a subtle question, okay?
Okay.
But normally we go by the local custom legislation of each country, which is very varied, as you mentioned.
Okay.
Any other question?
Okay, I think
Thank you so much,
that's
Alejandro.
good. Yeah, so thank you very much, Alejandro, for being with us. We'll give the opportunity to receive even further more questions. So we'll try to do our best to handle internally, but if there's any doubts, that we might get back to you with the difficult ones, basically. So thank you again for being with us, and we'll follow up, I mean, for future editions of those Info Days.
Okay.
Thank you very much again.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So we should have our next speaker online already, Sohail Lucas. And there you go, Sohail. So thank you for being with us. Sohail worked for the European Commission Directorate General for Education and Culture, and he will cover the topic on Marie Curie and mobility actions. So thank you very much, Sohail. You have the floor.
Thank you, Luca, and good morning, everybody. Greetings from Brussels. I mean, I'm very aware that I'm the one standing between you and lunch. So this, of course, cannot make me very popular. But the good news is that, as it happened, I'm grateful to Luca that in his presentation, his overview covered some of the slides that I was planning to cover. So this should make things go a bit faster. Just before I share my slides, just to tell you that I designed my presentation with the assumption that it will be shared with you afterwards. So it has several resources for guidance and several links to places you can seek in order to get more information and more details. So I will try to be more focusing on an overview style. Now let me try to share my screen. So I would like to give you an overview of the various opportunities offered by the Marie Sklodowska-Curie actions, which from now on, I'm just going to call it MSCA for simplicity. And these actions are for the training and career development of researchers through mobility. You've seen this slide before. This is just to tell you where we are situated in the framework program Horizon Europe, which is in pillar 1 called the Excellent Science, together with the European Research Council and the research infrastructure. If we zoom more in pillar 1, you see that we are allocated 6.6 billion euros for the 7-year duration of Horizon Europe. And you see also at the bottom that so far in the 28 years of Marie Sklodowska-Curie Action's existence, we have had about 16 Nobel Prize winners between fellows and supervisors. So in these 28 years, MSCA developed its principles, its character, or its brand, if you will. And what does MSCA stand for as far as features are concerned? The first objective is the training, skills, and career development of researchers at all stages. So I didn't mention here, for instance, mobility as its main objective, because mobility is a tool in order to achieve these objectives. The main criterion is excellent research, just as the case, was the case in the ERC. We don't specify topics, so again, it's bottom up. The researcher decide on the field and the topic. It can be in genetics, in sociology, in nuclear science, in history, any topic. We focus very much on international, interdisciplinary, and intersectoral mobility. And here, intersectoral, we're talking about the two sectors, which is academic and non-academic. In fact, if you look at the doctoral networks that we are going to talk about afterwards, the consortia in the doctoral networks, you find that about 65% of the organizations in the consortia are from the non-academic world. We care very much about offering attractive working conditions for the researchers, including doctoral candidates. We treat doctoral candidates like employees, like not as a students, but they have rights, they have salaries, they have social security, pension rights, paternal leave, etc. One very important feature of MSCA is what we call the structuring impact on the organizations involved. And here we mean that the positive impact of the actions would be lasting beyond the lifetime of the project. The project finishes, and we find that it has created a positive ripple effect within the organization. To achieve these goals, we have 5 actions. And I'm going to be talking about 4 of them, because the last one on the slide that's called MSCA and Citizens, it's about public outreach. It's more of a communications action. But the other 4 involve researchers and research institutions. Doctoral networks, this is the largest action of MSCA when it comes to budget allocation. It is half of the MSCA budget. And doctoral networks are formed of consortia of organizations. So here, unlike what we've heard so far in the ERC, the application to us is done by a group of organizations that get together and say, okay, let's write a proposal and apply for a doctoral network. And here you have a minimum of 3 organizations from the EU or an associated country, and that's the minimum. Beyond this, you can have countries from all over the world. In fact, the minimum of 3 for a consortium, we never see that in a doctoral network. Usually, a typical consortium for a doctoral network is between 8 and 10 partners, let's say, from various parts of the world. Most of the doctoral networks can last for up to 4 years, the project, with the exception of joint doctorates, which can last for 5 years. The doctoral fellowships themselves, they can be up to 3 years. And again, in the case of joint doctorates, they can be up to 4 years. The total budget is what we call 540 person month. What does that mean? Person month, it means that we give the consortium, if they are successful, 540 months of fellowships. They can divide them the way they like. So if we assume that they would give 3-year fellowships, then this would make 15 fellowships. Now, what happens is that the consortium applies. If they're successful, we give them these fellowships, and it's the consortium that go and advertise these positions in order to look for doctoral candidates and give them these fellowships. Which means that if you are an individual looking for a doctoral fellowship, then you are not going to be applying to us, but you are going to be looking in a particular website on the internet that I'm including, of course, at the end of the slide. The second type is the postdoctoral fellowships. And we have 2 types of doctoral fellowship. A type is called the European Fellowship, which is from either fellows that are coming from outside Europe and wanting to do a postdoc in Europe, or a fellow in Europe that wants to do a postdoctoral fellowship in another European country. And here, when I say Europe or European, I always include also associated countries, the 18 countries that Luca referred to, that they have associated themselves to Horizon Europe. And they are being treated more or less equally as EU member states. Now, the other type is the global fellowship, which is you have researchers from an EU member state or an associated country that want to do a postdoc outside, like in KAUST, for instance. So if a German researcher wants to have a postdoc in KAUST, then this would be the type of fellowship they would apply for. The European fellowships last for up to 2 years. Now, the global fellowships would last for 2 years, but then we give an extra year for the fellow to spend in Europe back again in the homeland. In both types, we have a very nice feature, which is that when your fellowship ends, you can extend it by 6 months if you go and have a placement in the non-academic sector. Now, the third type of MSCA is the staff exchange. Again, that's a very interesting scheme. Again, it's by consortia, not by individuals. And here, this scheme allows the exchanges, short exchanges of staff. Now, when I say staff, this can be, of course, researchers, doctoral candidates, postdocs, but also any staff associated with the research organization. They can be administrators, lab technicians, management of the research institution. And these secondments can last from either 1 month to 12 months. And another attractive feature of this scheme is that it has a very high success rate. The past 2 schemes that I mentioned, the doctoral networks and the postdoctoral fellowships, they have success rate, in the range of 15% or so. Staff exchanges is around 40%. So in a way, it's attractive for this, but also it can be a starting point for the consortium to later apply to a doctoral network, for instance, after the staff exchange grant is finished. The last scheme I want to describe is the co-fund scheme. And here, the application is actually done by one beneficiary, one organization from an EU member state or an associated country. And here, it is a case when an organization is doing more or less like what we are doing. They have a program that offers fellowships. So we say, okay, they apply in order to pool resources and have part of the funding from us, part for the funding from them, and we would end up with a huge program for fellowships as well. But this one, the institutions in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia cannot apply for this one. Now, again, I said, this was facilitated by Luca already. He described the different categories of countries. So I will be skipping this slide. Some summary of the different categories of application, who can apply, who cannot apply, and the distinction between individuals and organizations. So an organization in our books can be of any legal entity. Any legal entity meaning, okay, it can be, of course, traditionally a university or research institute. It can be a company, but it can also be an NGO, a think tank, charity, a department in a hospital, or even government, like even, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Environment. They all can apply as partners. And of course, this makes the consortia in MSA, multi-beneficiary actions, very enriching for a researcher that's working in a consortium that has all the different facets of the innovation process. And it is organizations in the form of consortia that apply to the doctoral networks, staff exchange, and co-fund. Individual researchers can be from any nationality, and they can apply directly to doctoral fellowships, but also in the case of the postdoctoral fellowships, it's individuals that apply in agreement with the host institution. Another summing up table again to help you when you are planning. It's based on the stage of career you are in. So if you are a researcher without a PhD degree, then you are going to be looking at either doctoral networks, staff exchanges, or co-fund. Why? Because co-fund includes doctoral programs and postdoctoral programs. And here, as I mentioned, that for co-fund, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia institutions cannot apply to get a co-fund. But once the co-fund is established, they will be publishing doctoral positions on the internet, and researchers from any nationality, including Saudi nationals, can apply. If you already have a PhD degree, then you can apply for postdoctoral fellowships, staff exchanges, and the postdoctoral part of co-fund. What if you are not a researcher at all? You are associated with the research process, you are staff, then you can apply for staff exchanges. Another summary table, as an individual researcher, not an institution, what are you eligible for? Everything. So as you say, eligibility, you see yes, 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 yes. And here, again, you will see for each case, where do you have to look for vacancies and how to apply. Now, I thought you might be curious to see how Saudi Arabia performed with the MSCA in the previous framework program, Horizon 2020, and in the next slide for this Horizon Europe, the current framework program. So in the 7 years of Horizon 2020, there were 4 projects awarded, All four were in the staff exchanges, which was called RISE at the time, and all four actually happened to be by KAUST. And within these projects, 10 Saudi researchers went abroad and 9 non-Saudi researchers visited Saudi Arabia. Now, I think in Horizon Europe, we can say that the situation has improved because what you're seeing here is the data from only 3 calls, 21, 22, and 23. This is, of course, the calls that we have data for, because some of the calls for 2024 have not been launched yet. There were 4 projects, 3 of them by KAUST and 1 by King Faisal University. In addition, there were not only staff exchanges, but also they are part of 2 doctoral networks. And doctoral networks, let's say, are more elaborate and harder to get. So this is, again, a step in the right direction. The 4 were in the fields of engineering, life sciences, and chemistry. This basically was my last slide of substance to present. And as I mentioned, the following few slides, I included the various resources that you might need when you are planning to apply, including the EURAXESS portal, which is the place where we oblige all our projects to publish doctoral and postdoctoral vacancies, which means that if the vacancy exists, it has to be on EURAXESS website. They can then, beyond this, advertise anywhere they like, but they have at minimum advertise it on EURAXESS. This way, we can tell everybody there is a one-stop shop when you are looking for doctoral and postdoctoral vacancies. There is also a matchmaking platform for in order to look for partners to form consortia, as well as a partner search doing the same thing. Series of guidelines and connection to the national contact points, which most countries have in order to help researchers who are willing to apply. Further links, and with this, I think this was the last slide, and I will stop sharing right now, and I will be very happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Suhail, for this very clear presentation. I can start with 2 questions that we received online. So, can a student apply to a Marie Curie fellowship before defending their thesis?
You mean then a postdoctoral?
No, before finishing their PhD, can they already start applying?
Yeah, I mean, if they are applying for a doctoral fellowship,
yes,
then it's not only that they can. I mean, they have to be still doctoral, like they cannot have defended their thesis. If they have defended their thesis, then they cannot apply for doctoral fellowships.
Okay.
Or
the second question is, no, it was this.
Yeah. Okay.
So once a student get the Marie Curie fellowship, for how long they can wait before starting the postdoc?
If they get the postdoctoral fellowship, like when the results come out, then it takes, let's say, maybe I would say 2 to 3 months to make the contract, and then they can start.
Yeah, they can start after 2-3 months, but how long they can extend this, let's say, waiting? Can they start after 6 months if they need to take 3 months for other reason?
Yeah, this.
What is the maximum time of waiting?
Yeah, I mean, this would be the agreement with the host institution that they will be receiving them. And here I'm talking mostly about postdoctoral, because for the doctoral, you're also linked with the academic year.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. Is anyone else having a question?
Thank you very much for the talk. I think I would want to jump back to the very first question which was asked, which is if maybe a PhD student, a doctoral student is finishing their PhD, let's say in 2-3 months, can they already start writing their proposal for a postdoc fellowship and submit it before getting their thesis, knowing that, I mean, it will be in the next 2-3 months?
No. I mean, to answer your question, literally, yes, you can start writing, but you cannot submit. Until, yeah, I mean, I know very well because my son is exactly in the same position. You know, he's finishing his doctorate this year and he cannot apply for postdoc.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
I have another question. How many postdoc fellowships are offered per year?
Okay, I mean, I cannot give you, of course, a fixed number because it changes every time and it changes depending. But let's say that something around the more or less, I mean, in the order of 1,000.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's another there.
Thank you. I had a question about the staff exchange fellowship. So what are the criteria for being eligible to it, kind of? And does it include the PhD students also, by the way?
First of all, as I said, I mean, the institution applies for it, okay? I mean, not the institution itself, but let's say a research group in the institution. Now, together with, of course, a consortium. If this consortium gets it, then everybody who works in this laboratory is eligible.
Yeah,
that is, yes, doctoral candidates, yes, postdocs, yes, lab technicians, even the finance colleague, everybody is eligible for the exchanges.
So for example, you could use, let's say, a consortium has had a doctoral fellowship, but they managed to get the PhD students only like 6 months before the end of the period, that they could use, for example, a staff exchange to keep on paying their PhD students somehow, or to keep on at least exchanging within the same network or something like this.
Okay, now, first of all, in the staff exchange, unlike the doctoral and postdoctoral, your salary continues to come from the institution where you work. So you must be part of the payroll of your institution in the first place, because it's called staff exchange. So you have to be staff of sorts. So so here it's not, let's say, it cannot be a way to finance a little bit of a PhD. Yeah.
Okay, so just the exchange extra costs and things like that. Okay,
yes.
Thank you.
Further questions?
All right. Okay. So thank you very much, Sohail, for your presentation. It seems there is a lot of interest. We saw that, I mean, 3 out of 4 projects in Saudi Arabia are in the Marie Curie actions, in the mobility actions. So there's interest, but we can certainly do more and liaise and open up these events also to other universities across the kingdom. So we will think about this as an opportunity for the future. So thank you again, Sohail, and we'll share, I mean, additional feedback about this session. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Right, so we are breaking up for lunch now, and we'll start again at 2. We have 2 more presentations on Erasmus Plus mobility actions and mobility opportunities with CERN in Geneva. Thank you. Okay, right. So we saw again. So thank you very much for being back here. We still have a few presentations lined up. We have around 50 people online. So many people prefer to join online. And I will pass the floor to Francesca, who will introduce our next speaker. That is an example of a KAUST success story.
Yeah. I'm very happy to introduce Dr. Erkan Aydin. I'm especially proud because it's from my division, the PSC, and I work with him after he received the ERC grant. So he is a former scientist of KAUST Solar Center, and he is the first and only, until now, I will say, researcher who was awarded the prestigious European Research Council starting grant. So Erkan started his independent research team in Munich. Is still the name Imperspace?
Yes, correct.
Imperspace. And he started a few months ago.
Yeah.
And in this presentation, he will tell us how he applied, why also, how he applied tricks to file a successful application. Correct. And afterwards, what is happening now? Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Francesca, for very detailed introduction. And also, I want to thank PSC again for inviting me here. Well, I'm glad to be here again. I spent almost 8 years at KAUST, and actually it's a pleasure to be back here. Actually today I'll share my career pathway to Europe with you, and I'll just try to talk about my experience with ERC. Actually, today's talk might not be super interesting for the young postdocs or maybe the PhD students, but I'm sure it will be interesting for many researchers, because this KAUST is pretty much postdoc dense institute, actually, rather than a university. It's more like institute, and we have a lot of early career researchers here. I'm sure it will be interesting for those people. And I'll be speaking as a person actually who was in your shows just a few years ago, and actually my talk probably will take half an hour, and 1 hour is allocated, and after that maybe I'll get a lot of questions from you. I'll try to answer as much as possible. All right. Okay, first of all, I want to introduce myself very quickly. Maybe many of you don't know who I am. At the moment, I'm a principal investigator at LMU Munich Chemistry Department. I just joined here just a few months ago after leaving KAUST. I established my own team at LMU Munich Chemistry Department in Physical Chemistry Division. My group name is the recently established Aydin Research Group, and you can check my group website from here. My research goal, my team's research goal at LMU Munich is actually developing realistic and ultra-efficient photovoltaics for Earth and space applications, because now we are not only limiting by ourselves on the Earth applications, because in space also a lot of PV-related applications are there. So, all right, a little bit more background. I did my PhD in Ankara, Turkey, TOBETU, and I finished my PhD in 2016. And immediately after, I came here to join KAUST Photovoltaics Laboratory. This is actually the picture, I think is back in from 2020. So I did my postdoc between 2016 and 20 as a postdoctoral fellow. And in 2020, I decided, actually, I was promoted to be a research scientist here, and I worked almost 4 years as a research scientist at KAUST. And a little bit of information again here. I spent 6 years professional career at KAUST before applying ERC grants. Maybe this is the information you will need, you'll be interested in. Well, actually, my project, I applied in 2022, and my project was granted in that year. And actually, the title of my project is Ultra Efficient and Stable Perovskite Tandem Solar Cells for Extreme Conditions in Space. The acronym is Imperspace. And in this project, basically, I aim to develop ultra efficient and high specific power photovoltaics for space applications, because I think you are aware of that for the space missions. The lightweightness is very important because the rocket launching cost is so high. But we are so lucky recently, some private companies like Starlink, Starlink, and also the Elon Musk's Falcon rockets, they decreased actually, the price is crazy. So basically this is enabling a lot of new technologies in space, and especially for in low Earth orbit, there is a booming private interest actually in the space. And a lot of companies, like Starlink, they are installing thousands of satellites at the moment. And actually the power source in space so far is photovoltaics. For sure, you can use a nuclear power, you can use also the batteries, but they are just actually usually for long missions. They are not for the low Earth orbit. Basically, I want to develop cost-efficient and high specific power photovoltaics based on the perovskite materials. And this is my expertise that I gained at KAUST for the last 8 years. And I want to have a lot of deep understanding about the tandem cells in space, because you know that space is quite harsh environment. A lot of extreme conditions are there, like we have a radiation, particle radiation, we have extreme temperatures, we have vacuum, ultra high vacuum, we have atomic oxygen. A lot of extreme conditions are there, and I will explore actually these devices, how they are stable, and can we use them really in space. And hopefully at the end of the project, we will give a history to this kind of devices. Actually, this is not a scientific talk today. That's why I won't give too much detail about my project, but in a nutshell, this is the framework of my project. And my project is granted for 2.5 million for 5 years, and it's just started. All right, actually, I think in the morning session, you learned about ERC and also the other funding schemes. But basically, maybe I'll define very quickly what is ERC. And as you know that in the different countries, and there are different funding agencies out there. And actually, most of them are national funding agencies. And with the national funding agencies, actually, the goals of the projects are quite different. But in 2007, European Union decided to establish the ERC, European Research Council. The idea was bringing the countries together and creating a kind of funding pool, and all countries are putting a certain amount of money, and the researchers in Europe, without any limitation, they're applying here. But the only criteria is that you have to pursue ambitious projects. Actually, these are not incremental projects. These are not development projects. These are ambitious projects, and you have to be answering in the end you have to be doing some scientific discoveries, or some technological advancements, or contribution to the societal challenges. So this is the concept of the ERC. This part is very important. It's differentiating from the national funding schemes. Okay, and if you are able to solve your problem, if you are able to do your research with the national fundings, you are not eligible to apply to ERC. ERC is ambitious. All right. For sure, there are different stages based on your career. If you are in an early stage like me, and if you graduated from your PhD between 2 and 7 years, you are eligible to apply ERC starting grants. And the next phase, there is a consolidator grant, but for consolidator grant, you are supposed to have already a research team, and you should do some independent research already. And after that, there is an advanced grant. This is usually given well-established research groups and professors, full professors. And well, actually, after advanced grants, you are supposed to get also the Nobel Prize. At least you should be doing a research at that level. And there is also the proof of concept. And this is basically given to only the ERC holders. And for instance, if you made a lot of progress, and if you need additional funding to show some societal impact, you can ask for additional budget. I think there is also one more here, but it's not included, synergy grants. And sometimes the professors are coming from different countries together. They are also applying the synergy grants. In this case, the problem should be more complicated, and only one group cannot solve this problem, only one professor. And different backgrounds and different expertise come together, and you write quite ambitious projects and you solve long-lasting problems. And this is the concept of the synergy grant. But I'm sure actually the most interesting one for you is the starting grant. All right, okay. Today's focus is also the ERC starting grant, not the others. Then actually I'll just give a little bit information why you should write ERC grants. Well, actually, ERC grants are quite prestigious, and actually being awarded with the ERC grants, it's actually the sign of the high scientific merit. And actually, it's Europe-wide and also worldwide. This is quite respected funding because this is individual grant. I will come to that in the next slide. And actually, if you get ERC grant, you have a well-proven, how to say, the scientific merits, and you are supposed to get also more funding after ERC grant because this is already a good indicator that you are able to do excellent research. The next thing is the recognition of the excellence because there is a high competition, and actually the selection process is very competitive, and the acceptance rates based on the program and every year is changing. This is also related to available budget, but usually is less than 10% or around 10%, let's say. I mean, probably there are more precise statistics, but let's say around 10%. And actually, as I mentioned, this is also the recognition of your mark of distinction, and because only the excellent researchers can get the ERC grant. I mean, this is actually the concept of the ERC. It's also good for establish your career because ERC is giving a quite generous budget to you to establish your own team. For starting grant, allowed budget, allocated budget per researcher is actually maximum 1.5 million. And this is for a period up to 5 years. You can also write it for shorter periods, but I mean, traditionally people usually get this money for 5 years. And you can use this money for multiple things. You can even pay your own salary, which is not recommended, but if you have to do that, you can do this. You can hire researchers, PhDs, postdocs, and you can access some facilities. You can buy equipments. You know, I mean, all research expenses are covered. Also, you can ask additional budgets if you are establishing your own team. This is also another thing the ERC is providing. In my case, I got 2.5 million, and I asked additional 1 million because I was at KAUST. I was not in Europe, and I didn't have established own team. So in the end, I convinced them in the way that I have to establish my laboratory, and I justified very well why I need 1 million, additional 1 million, and then it was granted. But sure, it's a little bit risky way, but it's worth it. All right. Another thing is independence. Okay, this is very important. Okay, ERC is individual grant. I mean, we have to make this differentiation nicely because the many fundings, even the Horizon fundings, are given to institute, not the researcher. And if you are a professor in an institute, and if you decide to leave from the institute at some point, the project is remaining there. You have to leave. But ERC is not like that. And it gives you a lot of freedom, and actually it supports you. And the overall idea of the ERC is making you individual researcher. In my case, and as an example, I applied, I found a host institute in Turkey, in Istanbul, Koç University. And actually the university had a lot of ERC experience, and I got a lot of support from the university, from the administrative side. And they already had a proven project management success, and this is already very good. But actually, I didn't continue with the Koç University. I had a long discussion with the university, but in the end, they couldn't provide me the sufficient laboratory space. And this is the part of the negotiation. And since they couldn't provide me the lab space, I had to say them, no, I'm not able to I won't be able to do research here, unfortunately. Then I start looking for other alternatives. So, and you are not limited with one country, as I said, and you can look for other opportunities, whole European countries, associated countries. You are not limited, you are not bounded. So in the end, after talking to other universities, and also I got a lot of actually invitations from the universities to do my research. In the end, I decided with the LMU Munich in Germany. And still, I can change my institute. That's the power of the ERC. Because at some point, you are talking to university. If they don't give you the position that you want, you have a chance to say, I don't want to work here. In the 50th year, you can move to another institute and negotiate with another university. That's possible. So the grant is always moving with you. This is an important detail and different from the other grants. Okay, then who is eligible to apply? Well, for sure, there are some rules. Basically, all PhD holders can apply ERC grants. There is no limitation, but for sure we have some conditions. But there is no age limitation. There is no nationality limitation. And there is also no topic limitation. And whatever you are doing, you can apply ERC. But for sure, starting grant, there is a rule, and this is sometimes quite tricky. You have to check the website of the ERC. Every year they are announcing when you must finish your PhD latest. Even there they give a date, because there's a deadline, sharp deadline for this. And the other thing is host letter, because before you apply ERC, you have some institutes should be providing you host letter, support letter. This is sometimes tricky because you need to talk to university in advance. And the university is providing, usually the president signing a paper and saying, we are supporting this researcher. And in case this project is funded, we guarantee that we will give him or her independent academic position. This is actually also the commitment of the university. And the last thing, for sure, you should do some, prepare some proposal files. And these are usually two forms, B1 and B2. B1 is short. I'll explain later. This is evaluated in the first stage. B2 is extended synopsis. And for sure, you have to provide your CV and also some budget sheets. And because you have to make a very solid plan. ERC wants to see your solid plan before you apply. And every single money, every single cent, where it will go. And you need to define it very well. All right, maybe a little bit basic information about starting grants. Well, I mean, the submission is open every year, but actually the application is done once in a year. And there's a deadline. It's not forever open. For instance, in 2024, for the starting grant, it was last year actually. Usually the deadline is in October. In my case, when I applied, it was after pandemic. I had to apply the next year's January, and I got the results within the year. Actually, it was a bit weird year, but within the same year, they changed it to the October. For the others, there are also other deadlines, but this is very sharp. It's not extended further. This is very sharp. And but for sure, this is for 2024 calls, and 2025 calls are open at the moment. And probably it's also around October. I haven't checked actually recently when it is exactly. This is important. This date is important because the 7-year rules is applied here, and you should be really checking this with your PhD graduation. All right, and you submitted your proposal using this link, by the way. This is the typical portal of the European Union. All projects are submitted through here. And you just need to create an account and submit your proposal there. Once you submit it, and evaluation starts immediately. And then evaluation is a 2-stage. In the first stage, your academic excellence and the high risk, high gain nature of your project is evaluated. And actually the project is evaluated firstly by the panelists. But be aware of that, the panelists might not be from your domain. And actually, they are not. Mostly they are not. But they know the excellent proposal. They are able to understand the. Also, they are able to differentiate your scientific merits easily. So basically, at the first stage, you are evaluated by the panelists, but usually there is a chair. Chair is deciding. Sometimes chair also can say that because you have to make also choice for the panel. There are different panels. There are different categorizations. The panel chair can sometimes say, this proposal doesn't belong to here, I'm sending to the another panel. This is also possible. But if the chair says, this is my domain, then they are picking the closest maybe 4 or 5 people in the panel, because panel is composed of around 25, 30 people based on the panel. And in the end, they decide if your proposal should go to the B2 stage or not. And if you get high grade, and usually there is a classification A, B, C. If you get A grade, you might go to the second stage, but sometimes you get A grade, but you are not invited for the second stage. Well, actually, after the first evaluation, usually around May, June, you get an email, and you are informed you are invited for the interview for the next stage. But in the meantime, they also send your proposal for the experts to get expert opinions. And actually, if you are at the second stage, you are already lucky because you passed the first stage, and usually the 1/3 of the applicants are passing to the second stage. So after that, actually, they are collecting the expert opinions. In my case, I got review reports from 11 researchers, and they are giving a grade to your proposal. And this is usually done on B2. Usually they don't read B1. B2 is an extended one. You have to explain all the scientific novelties and also the details in your proposal. You have to convince these experts. They are in your domain. There is no surprise. They know you. And after that, for sure, there is an interview. That's the stressful part. And they invite you to interview. This is actually not happening in one day. Each panel has a different dates for interview. And also they have different rules. And it is based on your panel. In my case, in my panel, actually, the interview was 25 minutes. And because they wanted to allow some discussion, and actually they kept my presentation on for 5 minutes. I heard for some panels, even they are allowing on 2 minutes. Some of them are 10 minutes. It's based on the panel. Well, actually a little bit stressful because the 5 minutes is sharp, and it's giving you only 5 minutes, and there is a screen in the room. They are counting back, and in the 5th minute, they say stop. So you have to convey your message clearly to the panelists. So what do you want to do in the project? So this can be, by the way, either online or on-site. Not necessarily always. I mean, in the past, before the pandemic, always on-site. You had to travel to Brussels and present in front of the panelists. But in my case, I made it online. And actually, I just got a call from someone from the European Commission, and they just said, be prepared, and they just asked me to show the room. If there is someone in the room, it should be empty, nobody should be around. And they just checked my desk, then said, okay, be ready. And when the panel is ready, they will take you in the room. And so after 5 minutes, there is a Q&A session. They ask a lot of harsh questions. Sometimes these questions are coming from also the expert reviews, sometimes also the panels, but sometimes they're also asking some tricky questions to understand actually how you are mature, to handle the questions as well. And sometimes the questions are really harsh and criticizing you. And you should be really tolerating and always trusting your proposal. And this is the key thing. And if they criticize your proposal, you should be 100% confident you wrote excellent proposal. Okay, this is the trick. All right, and if you are lucky, you are selected and you are among this 10-12% range. Yeah, it's excellent. You got the grant. So basically, you are informed in November, December before they publicly announce. You got email, but for sure they ask you to keep it confidential to you. And there's an embargo. You are not able to share with anyone, but for sure they are asking you to contact your institute, and when there's an embargo is lifted, you are able to announce it. Actually, after that, there is also grant agreement period. And usually ERC is asking to do grant agreement as soon as possible. And they say that just go and start immediately, just in 1-2 months. And the grant agreement takes 1-2 months. And after that, you are supposed to start working on your project. But in my case, the situation was different because I was out of the continent, like all of you. We are not in Europe at the moment. So basically, I asked extension, a little bit delay of my kickoff on my project. And actually, this was accepted. And because I had to explain, I had to do family move. I will be negotiating with the university. And this is the good thing with the ERC. And they are supporting you. You have your individual grant. You can negotiate with the university. And well, actually, it didn't go well, as I explained. I had to change my institute, and I asked additional 6 months. Well, this is risky because in the end, the scientific officer in the European Commission is evaluating your request. At some point, they can say, this project was funded 1 year ago, and I'm not sure still that your proposal is still excellent this year. So it's a little bit risky situation, but in the end, they are supportive. So, well, I mean, again, I underlined so many times, but actually, ERC grant is given to you, not the institute. And that's why you are holding a quite strong position to negotiate with the universities. And that's why this period is quite useful to find a location that you do a good research. All right, then actually, maybe many of you are asking this question: when should you apply to ERC grants? When is the exact timing? Well, this for sure, this depends on you, and it's your call. You have to decide it. But my recommendation is not too late, not too early. And well, in the morning there was a question: can I apply to MSCA fellowship before finishing my PhD? Yeah, you can. I think if you are defending your thesis, you can apply for MSCA. But what will be your chance? Probably not so high, because you don't have too much experience to write the proposal. Maybe you should first decide what do you want to do next. But for sure, I mean, if you are well-experienced PhD researcher, maybe you did PhD 5-6 years and you already have a solid idea, why not? And this is also possible. This door is not closed, but the chance is low, and you have to be careful. Same for ERC. And I think there are people who are getting the ERC in the second year, but it's statistically very low, I think. And that's why you have to think about it. And also you need to be careful if you can't pass the first stage with A grade. Sometimes, as I said, you can get A grade, but you are not invited for the second stage. Then you can apply next year again. But if you get a B grade, you have to wait. You have a penalty for 1 year. You have to wait 1 year, and you can apply the next year. But if you get a C grade, you have a 2 years of block. And that's why, if you don't feel that you don't have the excellent proposal, you shouldn't submit it. Because this is not something, let me try. It's not something like that. It never works. And you need to write the excellent proposal. Well, actually, in my case, I wrote the proposal. Actually, I decided to apply in the 6th year of my after PhD. And I still had a chance to apply for the 7th year. But if I would get the B grade, the starting ground was over for me as well. And then you have to think about actually what is the right time for you, but for sure there are some risks. Also, you need to plan early. And actually, ERC is not like, as I said, is try and fail funding scheme. It's a career planning. And in the end, you have to really think in advance. And in my case, I decided already to apply ERCs in a solid way in 2018 already. I came here in 2016. I decided on 2018. Well, actually, it was a plan for me, but it was not solidified yet. And in 2018, I said, okay, I'll apply for ERC. Then what should I do? Well, I have to do some planning for sure, because you need to have a super good idea. It's I mean, I'll come to that point, and unique idea, and it should be worth it to write a proposal. In my case, I started planning 15 months before the application deadline. Planning means I start solid thinking about what will be the project idea. And the other thing is also, sorry, I think you have to eliminate several project ideas. I mean, it's not possible that you have only one project idea and it's gonna be granted. In my case, I had to think, I think I eliminated at least 3-4 project ideas already before deciding the last one. And I mean, you just need to increase the possibilities for you. And there is not, because you can write multiple good projects, actually, not only one. Well, I mean, for sure, you need to think in advance. As I said, you have to also find the host institute, and you are supposed to contact much earlier. In my case, I contacted 10 months before the application deadline. It was sufficient for me. But keep in your mind, the host institute, if they don't know you, they might be hesitant to give you a host letter because they show a commitment. Basically, they give a promise to you, kind of accepting you as a faculty in the end. And imagine that the faculty positions are, I mean, application takes long time. You can consider it like a faculty applications. And that's why you should really think in advance. Yeah, in my case, as I said, the university didn't know me too much. And I had to contact 10 months ago. And even actually first month, they didn't even respond me. And anyway, actually, they understood that I'm a potential candidate. And then they said, okay, yeah, I mean, we are quite happy to accept your provide a support letter, and if you will be granted, we will provide the position. And then actually, this is the thing you have to do in advance. Well, I mean, writing and how much time you should assign for writing. This depends on your writing skills. And if you already have a very solid idea, maybe you can conceptualize everything in 1-2 months. And I think there are some examples. People got ERC grants only spending 1 month of time. There are these kind of cases as well. But this doesn't mean that you conceptualize in the idea in the last month. You have to think, maybe everything was solidified in your mind already. You just need to sit down and write. That's okay. Also, think about it. I mean, in my case, I was a research scientist here. I had a contract at KAUST, and I had to work in the lab and supervise the students and do the projects. So how I wrote it? After working hours during the weekends. Unfortunately, this is the case. And if you are a PI, if you are a young researcher somewhere in Europe, basically you have your own team. Even if you have a few students and postdocs, maybe you can also delegate some tasks to them. But at KAUST, this kind of disadvantages that you have to write everything by yourself, unfortunately. And this is individual grant. Yeah? All right. Okay, I have some recommendations for sure before deciding to write ERC grant. First of all, if possible, I highly recommend to manage a budget. I mean, I'm talking about individual management. Well, for instance, in the morning session, there was MSCA fellowships. Actually, in MSCA fellowship, it's actually significant amount of budget. It's given to you around 2 years. And they also give you some travel costs. They give you some research budget, even if it's 50,000 something, but you have a budget, usually a couple of €100,000, right? And you manage this budget. You pay your salary. Maybe you don't hire someone, but you manage the budget. So this is good. And this kind of individual scholarships are good. I think KAUST has similar program like Global Fellowship. Yeah, that's also quite good and competitive one, I know. They also give some budget to manage. That's very good, actually. But as a research scientist, even myself, I didn't have a chance to manage a budget. But actually, I justified well how I contributed to the budget management and how I contribute to the proposal writing at KAUST, because it was basically, I mean, the structure of the university, and not necessarily that always it's similar to the European system. All right, and as I said, we can consider some individual fellowships. Well, I mean, sometimes the mobility is important, and I mean, one of the criticism that I got, especially from the university, is that you have to be in Ankara, Istanbul, and Turkey. And this is not true. I mean, you can when I was discussing with the people, and they told me that you don't have too much mobility experience, and you did your PhD, and after that you moved to KAUST, you became a postdoctoral fellow, research scientist, but you didn't move to another country, another institute, you didn't spend time over there. Well, actually, in my case, I had a chance to justify this because we did a lot of excellent collaborations, and KAUST is forcing the professors to do collaborations with the top institutes, right? And actually, I use this as an advantage, and I explain how we engage with the academic society. So in my case, it was justifiable situation, but if you can't make it, it's better you think about some mobility. Maybe ask your professor to visit some lab, even just maybe build a kind of collaborative projects, do a lab visit at least few months. We have also, you know, kind of exchange programs, I think, at KAUST. So this is possible. And if possible, supervise some students, because the ERC grant is given to you to establish your team. And they want to make sure that you are able to supervise the students. And if you don't have any experience, that's a little bit risky situation. That's why you should be also careful about this and just supervise some master PhDs, interns, and explain very well how you supervise them. This is very important. And another thing, before writing the proposal, as I said, I had to eliminate several project ideas. And it's better you discuss this with your trusted network, which means trusted network means, well, I mean, if you have another profile who can do this job as equal as you, and maybe it's not the right person to discuss, but you can discuss in your domain with the people, is this a good idea or bad idea? What do you think? I mean, so if you get a feedback like, yeah, if you can manage this, this is a very good idea, then actually you are on the right path. Also, I mean, if possible, you need to collect some preliminary data about your idea, because as I said, if you know the outcome of your ERC grant, this is not ERC grant. This is not ERC proposal, actually. That's the key thing. And it should be quite unpredictable. I mean, technology readiness levels should be almost zero. It's not incremental research. It should be really out of the box. And that's why it's better you do some preliminary research and convince them this is actually the right path, because there is high risk. And you should convince the reviewers this is a right path. Also, there is a chance that maybe you can present your results in the conferences. Maybe that's also one way. I wouldn't be very hesitant about this, because in the end, ERC grants are actually quite unique things. It's your own idea. And actually, it's not only the research idea, it's also given to you. And maybe most of the ERC grants are given to the person who can do this job. Only that person can do this job, actually. That's why you shouldn't be really hesitant to share your ideas with your community. And well, I mean, if you pass to the first stage, and I think it's better you do a lot of mock interviews and get feedback off to the other people, because as I said, if you go to the interview, the panelists are coming from different domains, and they are not experts of the topic that you apply for. Maybe they are experts as well. But you need to be able to explain the situation to them. And if the people from other domains can understand your research proposal very well, the panelists can also understand. That's why the mock interviews are sometimes quite useful. Your colleagues are asking you sometimes, you know, weird questions, but it's quite important question that you have to really take it serious and think about this. And you should be really well prepared for the answers. All right, and I will share more tips and tricks from my side for sure. If you ask another ERC holder, and maybe they'll tell you more different things. In my case, as I said in the beginning of my talk, I applied the ERC after 6 years of experience at KAUST. One of the critical thing in the ERC projects, it must be a multidisciplinary project as well. I mean, if you are only very narrow scope, this is not so advised. And actually, how you are interacting with other scientific domains. This is also important because in the end, we are looking for a wide societal impact. We are not solving only technical problem, but it must be also having some wide impact in the other domains as well. And actually, as a lucky person, actually, I was the very first member of the KP lab after Professor Wold. And actually, I had a chance to interview a lot of researchers, and I had a chance to work with a lot of good scientists here, and more than 70 people. And I was in the solar center domain, and I had a chance to interact with the other groups and with different expertise. They had a different background, and this was actually a big plus. And actually, I use it as a kind of advantage in my proposal as well. Well, I mean, as I said, building a lab is experience, and if you don't have your own laboratory already, maybe it's a bit risky situation. But I already had this experience. If you don't have this, if you have a chance to go one institute and build a small lab, this is also one possibility you can consider. Or maybe you can talk to your PI, and actually your PI can give some freedom to build your own team, and you can justify this. And also, as I said, the budget management is very important because ERC is giving you a quite substantial budget. It's €1.5 million budget, and they want to make sure that you are able to manage a budget. And if you don't have any experience, it's a very risky situation. As I said, the proposal is excellent, but you should be also the excellent potential PI. And in the end, you have to think about also the budget management. Well, I mean, also your success during your postdoc is very important. From our side, we didn't have a tandem solar cell research at Solar Center, especially for the perovskite silicon tandems. We established everything from scratch. And actually in 5-6 years of time, we became among the top 3 institutes on the world, even actually after I get the ERC grant, and 2 times we published a world record in this field. And actually now I think probably KAUST is one of the most respected institutes worldwide in this domain. And actually these are very good things because people know you with this. All right, and collaborations. And this is a very good thing at KAUST. As I said, you are able to collaborate with other institutes. And collaborations are very important because actually it's a must question in your CV. They're asking, write your collaborations, because it's a solid proof of your how you are connected with the other the researchers worldwide. Are we able to do collaborative works? Because Europe culture is, you know, that actually it's more collaborative research environment. And in my case, as I said, we were lucky. We already collaborated a lot of good institutes already. So you just need to write how we collaborate with them. And potentially the solid proof of your collaboration is the joint publications. For sure, your personal achievements are also important. For instance, publications. Well, it's not mandatory, don't take me wrong, but actually, even if you don't have high impact publication, not mandatory, this is not mandatory, is not the part of the evaluation, but it's a plus, because I think everybody knows that the publishing in high impact journals is not so easy, right? I mean, in your domain, maybe, you know, in the bio domain is New English, blah, blah, and the language, and there are a lot of actually interesting journals having a lot of very high impact factor. And for sure, you should be really doing a research that you can publish at that level. And if you have high impact journal publication, it's a plus, but not mandatory. And in the end, you are supposed to list 5 key publications. Okay, this is the important thing, because you may have 50 publications during your postdoc. I think I already had more than 40 during the postdoctoral period. I contributed a lot of publications, but in the end, you are listing only 5, and these are actually yours. These are the solid proof of your achievements here. Yeah, others are contribution. It's good you are collaborating with the people, but what is your contribution to the field? And you have to explain it very well. And what you did in this article and how it contributes to the society or your domain. Also, maybe some grants also could be useful if you have some awards. And these things are also quite important to show your distinction among the other candidates. Well, invited talks, and you are asked to write your invited talks. Well, this is sometimes tricky because And if you are a postdoc, even if you are a research scientist here, and if there is actually a conference, usually the invited talks goes to the professor, not to you. Even if you are the person you are doing the job. Well, I mean, this is unfortunate situation, but it's worldwide. It's not specific to KAUST. So basically, you should be brave enough, and also you should demonstrate your skills. And my recommendation for the scientists, not to scatter too much and actually to focus one domain and be excellent in that domain, because this is the only way to get invited. If you get invited talk, and this is the solid proof of your recognition by the society, who is invited to conferences? And people want to learn something from you. That's why they're inviting you. So this is important. I had actually few invited talks before applying, but I got more for sure after getting ERC. Now more than 15 invited talks, but before that I had only 4. And another thing is also how active you are in the domain, in your domain. Are you taking some responsibilities? Are you contributing to the development of your domain? Like you can arrange conferences, you can be part of something. Myself, I'm the part of one of the prestigious workshop in the domain. Like I'm in the organizing committee, but you can actually do more. Well, also the article reviewing. Sometimes the scientists, sometimes this is finding a kind of trivial thing, but actually you should also write this to your CV. And are you reviewing high impact journals, or are you reviewing well-respected journals in your domain? Who is reviewing the articles? Only the trusted reviewers are reviewing this kind of journals, right? And that's why it's better you show also use this a kind of strength of your skills. So this is also another important thing. Myself, I reviewed a lot of, actually maybe more than 20, 25 journals during the postdoctoral period. And actually, I think it's bringing a lot of advantage. Well, I think I used the time a little bit more, but I'll finish very quickly. And finding the right host institute, I think I mentioned this already. There are for some rules, and it can't be, unfortunately, Saudi Arabia, but it must be associated countries or member countries in EU. But maybe there's one trick that I have to tell you. There's a question always. Well, your host institute is not evaluated during the ERC evaluation process, because it's given to you, it's not given to institute. But only thing that you need from institute, they support you, and you think that you convince this is the right place for you. And because if you don't like it, you can move, right? And why they should give credit to your institute. And if you go to the top ranking university well, I think in Europe, at the moment, probably maybe the Cambridge is the top, or Oxford, maybe top ranking. Now UK is also in the Horizon domain. Not necessarily that this will bring you some advantage. And if you go to the university ranked at 400, the ranking in 400 place, this is also not important. There is no evaluation for this. Don't think about this too much. Well, this is the most important part, all right? And when you write the ERC grants, high risk, high gain. Well, this is not easy to understand. What does it mean, high risk and high gain? And the novelty is always, there is a novelty. If you write a proposal, you have to offer something novel. But what is high risk and high gain? And well, you should offer, you must actually introduce a risk, a very big risk, but this should be a manageable risk. But actually, maybe in my case, my understanding, I'm telling you what I am understanding. Well, the research idea should be carrying unknown phenomena and can be understood only if this project is funded. And if this project is not funded, the humankind will have a huge loss. You know, I mean, imagine that you are offering a drug for cancer treatment, and millions, maybe billions of people are influenced from this, right? And if you don't work this, and nobody wants to take this responsibility, they want to say, okay, we should give this chance to this researcher, and in the end, we don't know, maybe he will be successful. But if you already have a good plan, if you have already good risk management plan, then actually this is the right proposal. And as I said, novelty, no question. But after that, actually, the next question, are you the one of the best profiles in the world who can do this? Well, I mean, this is actually the question that you have to think your previous research, and people should have a confidence, the panelists and the reviewers, they should have a confidence. Yeah, I mean, this person can do this job because his previous research is really supporting it. He's knowledgeable. He knows what he's speaking about. And although the project is super risky, but I think if we will give the budget to someone, this is the right person. So this is the profile of the ERC actually. So you have to be really taking care of these things. So, well, to be honest, today's talk is not actually, not necessarily it should be so technical. You can actually visit the ERC YouTube page and ERC web page, and you can get more information. And because they're explaining everything in a quite clear way. Well, actually, from my side, I want to thank you for listening. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer now.
Thank you so much. I think that one of the most important takeaway message is that the students should start to be in control of their career from the very beginning.
Correct.
I mean, from really maybe master level already,
Yeah.
start to think what they want to do.
Exactly. But for sure, I mean, it's not too late to decide later, but for sure, earlier is better.
Yeah, I have two questions for you that were sent online. The first one, if you can give some advices on how to establish a partnership with a university in Europe, if you have tips or
Partnership.
like that. I mean, collaboration or ask in
Well,
your case.
To be honest, I think creating a collaboration is not so complicated for sure. And if you have a research idea, and it's not because the threshold is very low to communicate with people in Europe. And if you want to really get a support from one group, just maybe characterization or discuss your idea, just email. I think that's super easy. But actually at KAUST, the professors are recently the funding schemes, there are some changes, but in the past, the professors were forced to collaborate with the top-ranking universities, and in Europe, there are a lot of top-ranking universities. This is one way, but it's quite easy. I mean, for instance, if you want to access a facility, just write a professor. They're usually quite open to respond to you. And another way is also maybe going to conferences and just approach the people and say, hello, yeah, I mean, I'm working in your domain, I'm following your research, and I think that you can do this, you can help us in this part. So probably this is the easiest way.
Yes, thank you. And the second question is, if I have more than 10 years postdoc experience, for what funding from ERC can I apply?
Well, after PhD, if you have 10 years of experience, basically you need to write a consolidator grant. You are not eligible anymore for starting grant. But actually for consolidator grant, it's a little bit tricky. Well, I mean, I don't say it's impossible because you are eligible to apply, but I think you need to define very well why you didn't establish your own team before, and you could apply for starting grant, and why you are late. But sometimes this is possible. You know, you have academic career break and you go to industry. These are okay. Then you can say I'm establishing my own research group with consolidator grant. This is possible. I think there is no limitation.
As long as you justify.
As long as you justify.
The time that you spend.
Exactly.
Doing something else.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, perfect. I don't have any more questions online. Anyone had any questions?
Congratulations for your grants. Clearly, it's a competitive thing, so you're good researchers, and LMU must be very happy to have you. But it's a pity that KAUST has lost you. So if KAUST had a policy that says, okay, if you win an ERC grant, we match the conditions, would you have decided to stay here?
Oh,
should KAUST do that?
First, I need to see the offer. Well, actually, I have to be honest. Honestly, KAUST is an excellent place to do research, and I was really proud of being a part of this community. And and actually excellent facilities, good research environment. And I have to say that I really focused on what I'm doing so far, and the university is supporting me a lot. But the question is that I would stay, if I would stay at KAUST, yeah, I would seriously consider this. But I have to say that in my case, I decided already to do some mobility. And but this is my personal opinion, and maybe other people can think another way. But if the question is targeting, is if I can do ERC project at KAUST, yes, I think infrastructure and facilities and the quality of the research is really supporting this kind of research. And I would seriously consider this. But in my case, I already decided to do a mobility, and I decided to expose myself to the different academic system. And this was a bit personal decision, but who knows, maybe one day. Yeah, I'll be here back. Never know.
We have time for, yeah, a couple of more questions.
Erkan, thank you very much for a very nice and clear presentation. I was wondering, because you did not touch a lot on the technical part, I would have a question on this. Can you tell us maybe a bit more, what do you think made the panel choose your project? Because, for example, working on the perovskite silicon field, I know that there are many groups working on this, but what made your project idea go through? If you can tell us a bit more about this.
So your question is targeting how did I choose the panel, or how did I make the decision for the topic?
For the topic, yes. Like, how did you come up with this idea somehow?
All right.
I know it's a difficult question, but happy to hear your thoughts.
Well, your question is targeting a bit logic how I choose. Well, I mean, as I said, if you are at that level and you can create a lot of different project ideas, and you should be quite aware of the different problems in the domain. But in my case, one thing I had to think about actually a little bit differentiation from also the previous research. Actually, this is the thing. Also, I'm asked during my interview, one of the panel chair asked me, how do you differentiate yourself from your previous PI? So this is a tricky question, and you need to explain this well. Well, I mean, my answer was very clear. I finished my work on Earth. I'm moving to space. But, well, actually also my domain was shifted to another platform, perovskite platform. And actually, I aim to do here more space-related characterizations, and these are not available on Earth. And actually, I just, moved to another domain. And if you are staying in the same domain, and this is so risky. And yeah, I mean, this is a bit tricky part, and deciding high risk, high gain projects is quite important for me. And probably the reviewers and the panelists thought, okay, Dr. Aydin has long years of experience in the tandem solar cells field and published a lot of impactful research and contributed to the development of the field, obviously. And he's offering that there is a problem. There's a booming industry in the space, and well, I mean, obviously a lot of satellites will need, and this is not the thing I'm claiming, this is actually statistically happening now, and I think is the de facto the case. So basically, and if you don't fund these projects, indeed, we won't have a chance to I mean, how to say, increase our capabilities in space, and there is a big loss, right? In the end. If they wouldn't give it to me, who would get it? I mean, maybe there's another person who can do this, but I'm applying on that time. They have to think the case as snapshot. And well, as I said, but you can also apply for another project. But in the end, I mean, this is also should be timely, right? That's why I'm saying, I mean, if you apply to the same project next year, not necessarily that it's gonna be granted. So it should be timely. Sure.
Hi, Erkan. Thank you for the nice talk and congratulations. I have two questions. First, regarding approaching the host institute.
Yeah.
So what is the best route or best person to approach? Like, for example, how do you approach, like maybe some PI or some administrative post? And the second one, as you mentioned, this is a high risk, high gain project.
Yeah.
So is there any deliverables or TRL like 6, 7 something? You have to make some prototype or something, and like as you mentioned, there is a high risk, high gain. So maybe there is some also chance for failure.
Yeah.
So if you can highlight these things.
Sure. The first question is approaching to the host institute. Well, I mean, this is quite organic process. And for myself, in my case, I knew one professor and actually who brought my attention the possibility in this university. And actually he just said me, okay, why not to consider the Koç University? And we have a good structure here. And well, I visited the university and I really found, but in the end, actually, we are stuck with some technical limitations, but in the end, it was a good research environment, I understood. So basically, it's an organic process and it's better for sure. And it's quite indifferent from the typical faculty applications, right? You just need to approach maybe someone in the department and understand the department better. If this is the right place, then, well, I mean, probably they will guide you to apply, to send email to the right person. For my case, this happened in this way. And then actually they provided me the vice president's email and they made him aware that I will send email. And after that, and they had to do some evaluation, internal evaluation. And they decided to support me. But sometimes this takes time and you have to be really taking care in advance. The second question about the TRL level. Okay, in ERC grants, the TRL level must be close to 0. And it's a fundamental research. It's not incremental research. For instance, if you say that I want to make a solar cell in my domain, not 33% anymore, 35%, who cares? It's actually a national funding program. It's not anymore, it's not breakthrough research. But if you say, I'll explore a new material domain, I mean, theoretical calculations are showing, this material can go beyond the perovskites, for instance, and more experimental research is needed. And I have a solid plan for this. Maybe this is interesting. So basically, the TRL should be 0. At the end of the project, this is the good thing for ERC. When you apply, that's the funny part. And I was waiting actually some guidance on the proposal. Well, it's very funny. There's the 2 lines. First line, background. The second line, extended synopsis. No guidance. It's empty page. There is no template. You have to write your proposal. This is the good thing for ERC. It's a unique proposal. And if your project is accommodating a few risks, and this means that you are targeting, in that case, higher TRL level, this is not ERC grant anymore. It's something else. It's going to the national funding schemes, not ERC anymore.
Okay, we take just one last question.
Sure.
Thank you very much. And congratulations for the grant. Maybe it's a bit pragmatical. Would you reveal some of the questions during your interviews to give us an idea about what the interview is looking for?
During the interview, what kind of question they are asking? Okay. Well, I mean, there are scientific questions. I think in my case, I got 14 questions. Yeah, I think I got 14 questions. Well, some of them are technical and asking how you manage this, and if it fails, how you manage it. Or sometimes there are also questions from the reviewers, and there is a strong criticism about your idea, and say, how do you handle this? And these are this type of questions. But I heard the cases. It didn't happen to me. I heard the cases over 25 minutes. Okay, they asked all the questions. But 2 minutes before ending the session, one of the professors is asking, your idea is bullshit. So how you will handle it? This is actually the worst case scenario, that you need to really be sticking your idea, and you should persistently explain this is an excellent idea, and this is a very strong idea, and you are the right person to do that. But the rest is actually, as I said, technical questions. Sometimes they're also asking budget-related questions. And one of the panelists asked me, you ask an additional 1 million budget, are you building a startup? You know, this was the question. So I had to take it easy and explain why I'm asking this additional 1 million budget, which equipments are required, how complex the research I'm doing. And I had to explain, if I don't have this tool, this project is invalid. I can't do this. So, but actually the questions are quite unique, as sometimes subjective, but it can be anything.
Thank you so much, Erkan. There are many more questions. We will collect your question in a second time if you have more.
Sure.
Maybe Erkan will be happy to answer. We pass now the stage to.
Yeah, so if you have more questions, just continue to submit them or by email or through the chat. They will collect all the questions we got. We couldn't really answer to all of them because we have more than 60 people online, and you can imagine how many questions are put forward. But we'll collect all of this, we'll provide an answer and produce a Q&A document that I will be then sharing with the participants. So thank you very much, Erkan, for your presentation. You've been very inspirational. It's true that we lost you, but in reality, we didn't lose you completely because we are growing our network. We will have more connections with your hosting university in Germany. You will be helping us to reach out to even more universities in your network. And we can call you again here to present and continue to inspire our community. So thank you very much. Right, so we move on. Now we have another speaker from Brussels, Christos Aivaliotis. He is a policy officer at the European Commission, Directorate General for Education and Culture, and he will be presenting opportunities for mobilities for PhD students, postdoc, and research scientists. Right, so floor is yours. You have about more or less 20 minutes, and then we open up the Q&As. Please share your slides so you can handle them directly. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me know if you can already see it. But this is what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Okay,
Great.
perfect.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for having us. From the European Commission's Department for Education, Youth, Sport and Culture, my name is Christos. I'm a policy officer for international cooperation, and I'll be presenting you the opportunities through the Erasmus Plus program for King Abdullah University of Science and Technology. For those not familiar, Erasmus Plus is the European Union's program to support education, training, youth and sports. It offers funding for programs, projects, and individual scholarships. The biggest part of the program focuses on intra-European cooperation among the 33 European countries that make part of Erasmus+, but there is a strong international cooperation. In fact, Erasmus+ 2021-2027 offers more international opportunities than ever before. And CAUS can also benefit, of course, from them. We're gonna see exactly which opportunities are open for your country. When we're talking about the international dimension of Erasmus+, we mainly talk between cooperation or mobility opportunities between the blue countries you see on the map, which is the 33 Erasmus+ program countries, and the rest of the world. We divide the world in 12 regions. You'll see that Middle East, we have different Gulf countries. So when universities from these countries need to see what they're eligible for in our program guide, they should always look for region 7. Let's have a quick look what is out there for you. We'll be talking today about the international credit mobility, which is the short-term mobility for higher education students and staff. It's known also with the acronym ICM or Key Action 171. We'll be talking about Erasmus Mundus. There are 2 actions there, the joint masters and the design measures, as well as the Jean Monnet actions. Capacity building for higher education, while open for the Middle East region, is only open to Iran, Iraq, and Yemen as developing countries. So not eligible in your case. The key objectives for higher education in the Middle East region comes in 3 packages, more or less. Through the international credit mobility and the Erasmus Mundus joint masters, we want to increase the people-to-people contacts via international mobility of students, interns, academic and administrative staff. Again, through the joint masters of Erasmus Mundus, but also for the design measures, we want to enhance the cooperation for the creation of joint master degrees. And last but not least, through the Jean Monnet actions, we want to promote European studies around the world. So here it gives you a bit of an overview of what is the key objective of each type of action under Erasmus+. As of 2022, the European Commission, in cooperation with the government of our partner countries, have started also appointing Erasmus+ national focal points. We have one in Saudi Arabia. The Saudi Erasmus+ national focal point is hosted by the International Cooperation Department of the Ministry of Education. So despite remaining available to receive any additional follow-up comments or questions after this event, the easiest would be for your university to address any follow-up comments regarding Erasmus+ applications to the focal point, because they will be the best placed to guide you through the process. So let's start with international credit mobility. This is usually an entry point for different universities around the world into the Erasmus+ program. It reflects the classical type of mobility we have in Europe. So students, interns, and staff of universities can go abroad for a period of few weeks up to 1 year. So we're only talking about short-term higher education mobility. It can take place on all levels, bachelor, master, and PhD. The mobility can take place in any subject or academic discipline. It also supports traineeships for students and training for staff. When it comes to students, the study period or the traineeship runs between 2 or 12 months when we're talking about purely physical mobility, but there is also the opportunity to do a blended mobility that whose physical component lasts only between 5 and 30 days. And of course, it's complemented by a virtual component that counts together as a learning outcome. So how can individuals apply? The individual students and staff members cannot apply directly for any EU mobility grants. This is an important message to pass. Their university needs to be already in an ICM partnership that has received funding. There are already 2 successful ICM projects with partners in Cyprus and in Turkey that are running. So what individual candidates should do is that they should apply to the International Relations Office of your university, which will be responsible to announce each year the available mobility opportunities with each European partner university, the application process, and the relevant selection criteria. The nationality of the individual does not have an impact on the selection. So anyone coming from a certain university is treated the same way. So any mobility coming from your university counts as a mobility between Saudi Arabia and a European country. Therefore, it doesn't concern only participants of Saudi nationality. Now we're talking about the participation of the university institutionally. Again, your university cannot apply for funding directly. It's only higher education institutions in the 33 Erasmus+ countries in Europe that can apply. But in their application, they need to already mention all the countries and the partner universities they intend to cooperate with, as well as their cooperation plan in each region. And of course, in order to include you, your university needs to have an organization ID. KAUST has already one, so I will skip the following slides which explain how to acquire one. Your International Relations Office should have all the information because an OID has been created and KAUST is already part of few ICM projects. So you will receive in any case the slides. So if somebody is interested on these more technical aspects, you feel free to go through them, and you can reach out to the Erasmus Plus focal point for further explanations. Upon successful passing the established quality criteria, an ICM grant will be given. And for every partnership with a secured budget, your university and your partner university in Europe need to sign an interinstitutional agreement. As you can see, there is also a hyperlink here. So if you need to see a template of how these interinstitutional agreements look like, you'll be able to do it. In this interinstitutional agreement, you practically lay out all the details of cooperation, starting from how many staff members or students you plan to exchange, on which semester, which topics or subjects will be covered, if there are certain linguistic qualifications that need to be in place, support about visas, accommodation, all the practicalities need to be laid out in the interinstitutional agreement. Here is all the phases of an ICM project implementation. So as I said, it starts with the interinstitutional agreement that needs to be signed before any mobility starts. And then your university and the partners in Europe, sometimes jointly, but sometimes separately, depends on the arrangement, go through the fair and transparent selection process of participants. Again, this is not something centrally decided, but it's up to the each partnership, the two universities involved, that can decide how to do this. Then a grant agreement is signed with a European partner outlining what is the financial support given to the participants. And then there is one more agreement to be signed, a learning agreement if it's a student mobility, or a mobility agreement if it's about a member of the staff. Then we continue with the mobility period, and at the very end, we need the transcript of records to be completed, and we enter the phase of recognition. This is a very important part. We always try to emphasize because many people tend to think more about the mobility period as the core. Of course, it's the main activity, but the recognition of the learning outcomes, even or the experience, even if it's a staff, PhD candidate, or a bachelor or master's student, need to be recognized. We have seen over the years that lack of recognition tends to limit also the cooperation, because then of course we have fewer individual participants that will apply if they're not sure that whatever they learn or do in the host country of their mobility will not be recognized later on. This is a bit how we divide the budget that we give for the international credit mobility. So we have a bit more than 1 billion euros to be spent between 2021 and 2027. And you can see that the different regions receive different parts of the budget. The ICM budget for Middle East is a bit more than 8 million euros divided into 6 annual calls. So it's approximately 1.4 million euros per call that goes to grants for students and academic or administrative staff from universities in the Middle East. What might be interesting is that if the partners in the Middle East have national funding for international mobility of their staff or of their students, they can also complement these ICM partnerships with national funds. So like this, if your European partner has secured, let's say, 3 grants, you can also add 2 or 3 grants from your side to multiply the number of people that can be mobile within the partnership. This is a bit on the finances. So the higher education students might receive between 700 and 900 euros per month. It's around 150 to 200 euros per day for staff. This is calculated on the basis of what is your host country and what are the living costs in the country where you go. And there is also a contribution to travel costs that can go up to 1,735 euros, depending on the distance that you have traveled. Regarding the timeline for your university's involvement in ICM, typically the publication of the call takes place in October, November. So now we're actually in the period where the 2024 call has already closed, if you see it now in February. And we're going through the evaluation process of all the submitted applications between March and July. Then the successful and unsuccessful applicants are informed between July and August, and all our projects start on the 1st of August, where they can start their first mobilities. Therefore, for the 2025 annual call for Erasmus+, you can have this in mind. So all the departments involved, or if you plan it centrally through the international relations, of this timeline in mind, that the new call will be launched in the autumn, and you will need to be in touch with your partners in Europe to be sure they involve you in their applications before February. Okay, and then you just need to wait until the results are out to see which partnerships received a grant from our side. So this is it about international credit mobility. Then we have the Erasmus Mundus Joint Masters and Design Measures. Here we're talking about a bit more complex actions, especially because there might be an institutional involvement of your university in an Erasmus Mundus Joint Master, but there is also an involvement of the individual, because here students that have completed their bachelor studies can apply independently to follow one of these joint masters if they're selected. So in the new program, we have the Erasmus Mundus actions that are divided between the joint masters and the design measures. I'll start with the joint masters, which is the most famous of the actions. So an Erasmus Mundus Joint Master, in brief, it's a high-level integrated and transnational study program at master's level. It's open to all disciplines. It's delivered by an international consortium of universities from different countries worldwide, while other educational or non-educational partners can be involved. For example, if a part of the master takes place in a traineeship hosts organization. And we're also offering high-level scholarships to excellent students worldwide. So here, we don't have a nationality criterion. Anybody from all over the world can apply to receive a scholarship and follow such an integrated study program. The curriculum is jointly designed by all the participating universities, and there is also a common implementation. Therefore, there is a joint selection, the promotional activities, the services to the students, the financial management, everything happens jointly by the consortium that delivers this joint master. We need at least 3 universities from 3 different countries so that you can be eligible to receive funding to run this type of master's degree, out of which at least 2 must be in an EU program country from Europe. Therefore, 1 could be from outside Europe. There is an international outreach to attract and enroll excellent students worldwide. Some of them will receive an Erasmus Mundus Joint Master Scholarship, but because of the great demand that these degrees have, we see more and more that a lot of students enroll as self-funded. So usually they receive a scholarship from somewhere else in order to be able to follow the Erasmus Mundus Joint Master of their choice. The physical mobility in this case is compulsory, so we don't have virtual semesters. We need at least 2 study periods in 2 countries with a minimum duration of 1 academic semester each, and the countries need to be different from the country of residence of the student. There's a contribution of scholars and guest lecturers to teaching, training, and research activities, and the delivery of a joint degree or a multiple degree comes at the end. The joint degrees are highly recommended instead of multiple degrees, but there, of course, we're a bit dependent on the national legislation in place. At application stage, any master proposal must be presented fully developed, should be ready to run, and should be able to advertise worldwide after their selection to run. Therefore, you cannot have details figured out after you have received the grant to run such integrated master's degree. Now we're talking about the participation of an individual. As I said, it's open to students worldwide. The applicants must hold a first higher education degree or an equivalent and must not have benefited previously from another Erasmus Mundus scholarship. The best ones that will be selected by the Mundus consortium itself will receive a scholarship, and others might join as self-funded students. Again, it's good to stress that students apply directly to the master of their selection, so there is no central selection done by the European Commission here in Brussels. The catalogue with all the ongoing Erasmus Mundus joint masters offering scholarships can be found in this link, is what we call the famous Erasmus Mundus catalog, where you have a lot of criteria to refine your search, either by discipline, by the countries participating, by the universities participating, etc. The scholarships at student level is 1,400 euros per month. Therefore, it's a quite generous one. And here you can see how it's calculated, what is given actually to the consortium of the universities that is involved. So each consortium delivering this master program will receive all this big amount per student they enroll. So, but this is just for them to pass it to the student, but they also receive at project level the bigger amount that needs to be used for the run of the project. Okay, the same cost for students applies for EU member states, for any third country. So again, the nationality doesn't have an impact or the eligibility of the student. So, and passing from the Erasmus Mundus Joint Master to the Erasmus Mundus Design Measures, practically this connects to what we mentioned before, that when you apply as a university through your consortium to receive funding to run this joint master program, you should be ready. You should have all the details figured out in your application. Otherwise, you have the risk of scoring very low and your proposal will not be selected. Erasmus Mundus Joint Masters is very competitive, not only for the students that will apply to receive a scholarship, but also for the consortia that apply for the funding to run such a program. As of 2021, we started with the Erasmus Mundus Design Measures as an inclusion mechanism, practically to allow universities that have not been ready, have not been able to participate yet, to have another entry point. Therefore, the Erasmus Mundus Design Measures are practically one step earlier before the Erasmus Mundus Joint Masters. This is a short duration grant to support institutions to set up this new joint master program. So practically, when you apply for such a design measure grant, you don't have everything figured out yet, but this grant precisely offers you the opportunity to sit down with your partners and design it. Then it's only one beneficiary university that applies to receive this grant, but they need already to identify a group of other universities in their application. So even if it's one that is receiving initially the funding to design this joint master, the other partners of the consortium must be identified. It's an independent funding scheme compared to Erasmus Mundus Joint Master. It's a different call for proposals, and being successful or unsuccessful for one doesn't have an impact on the other. Also, if you manage to receive funding for an Erasmus Mundus Design Measure, you're not obliged then to apply for an Erasmus Mundus joint master. So these two are completely separate. Well, the expected outcomes of such a design measure is to have all the joint mechanisms to be included in the design of the master program, the design, the administrative and financial management, the common services, the joint promotion and dissemination, a draft joint partnership and student agreement, as well as details about the possibility to have a joint decree and the launch of an accreditation process, meaning that in the countries where this degree is delivered, you need to have it accredited with the national authorities. As we said before, it's only one beneficiary that mobilizes a group of other universities, but it's only one university that will sign the grant and will receive the money. There is a fixed duration of 15 months. So you have a bit more than a year to design your joint master. And the EU contribution is of 60,000 euros. These are for costs linked to the activities necessary to set up this common effort with your other partner universities. So, and moving to the last part, I hope we still have some time. It's the Jean Monnet actions. And here we're talking about promotion of the European integration studies as this teaching or research focus. It's always useful to give a definition of what European Union studies are. So we're referring to studies of Europe in teaching, learning, and research about the European Union, its entirety, its history, aims, structures, functions, and or its policies. So that means that it doesn't have necessarily to be linked to law or politics, but it can be, it can go to a big variety of disciplines such as environmental policy, trade, etc. So it can tackle any discipline, but you need a European and EU angle, either on your focus of teaching or research. We have three types of teaching and research in the field of higher education, what we call the modules, the chairs, and the centers of excellence. And here we'll have a bit of a more explanatory table that explains the differences. So it's always one university that applies. So here, as opposed to Erasmus Mundus and the international credit mobility, we're not talking about a partnership anymore. So your university alone can apply to receive this grant. It varies between 30,000 euros EU contribution to 100,000 depending on the type. The module is the easiest one to implement with a minimum of 40 teaching hours per academic year at the applicant higher education institution. It can be a summer course as well, or distance learning is allowed. While we go one step higher with chairs, already the grant increases to almost double, 50,000. And here we need to have the permanent staff members at the applicant institution. The teaching hours also more than double at minimum 90 hours per academic year. So you can already see that the grant is higher, but also the focus is higher in terms of effort. And we finish with the Center of Excellence, which is more research related, less about teaching. And there can be only one at a time per higher education institution, and should seek to become structured centers providing EU-specific high-level knowledge. And here, of course, because we're talking about research, the engagement of it's not just a professor holding the module or the chair, but the involvement of more researchers. And with a multitude of events organized, the EU grant goes up to 100,000 euros. We have seen that this is the most strategic involvement on the side of the partner university, because then they want to establish themselves as a center of excellence on anything related to the EU within their country. Of course, there can be more than one, but usually we've seen that a specific university gets the strategic position within one country. But of course, it's also the most competitive because of the higher EU grant offered. So for universities that have not applied for Jean Monnet activities before, we always recommend to start in a more modest way with modules and chairs, and after building certain experience and capacity to move to more complex activities such as the centers of excellence. So this was just an overview of all the opportunities open not only to individual students, but also to members of staff or researchers at your university. I'm sure the organizers will disseminate this presentation so you can have all the necessary links. And again, I encourage you to discuss with your international relations office for more details, especially when it comes to international credit mobility, and reach out to the Erasmus Plus national focal point in your country in order to be further supported when the new application round will start next autumn. So the floor back to you.
All right, so thank you very much, Christos, for your presentation. Stay with us because the Q&A is immediately after the next presentation. So you can stop sharing the slide. Thank you very much. So our next speaker, so we get back to you, Christos, because we got lots of questions online. We have around 60 people following us online, so there's lots of questions coming from the online attendees. And I can see already line up there our next speaker, Martin Gastal, is from CERN, the European Center for Nuclear Research. Martin is advisor for Middle East, and he will be sharing the opportunities that we have now ongoing with CERN. So Martin, you have the floor, and then we will start the Q&A immediately after your speech of about 20-25 minutes. Thank you very much, Martin.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you for having me. So in the coming 20 to 25 minutes, I'll try to introduce who we are at CERN. And already from the onset, I'd like to say that we are a separate organization than the EU. We have of course, we have a lot of EU states as our member states, but the EU is not one of us. So this is one of them. We are two distinct organizations, both with a center of gravity in Europe. And what I will try to do in the time we've got is to show you that even though we have the reputation to be an organization dedicated to basic research, and particularly in high energy physics, we actually have opportunities for you guys in many other fields, whether it's in engineering, whether it's in the development of technologies, in computing, and so on. So yes, our mission is basic science, but we welcome an awful lot of engineers and computer scientists too. So let me start with this picture, which is taken in the underground tunnel of our flagship project, the Large Hadron Collider, which is a 27-kilometer particle accelerator and collider, which means that at some stage we want to collide these particles. What you can see already from this picture is that even though we are a research lab, the kind of environment that you are exposed to when you come to CERN is very much industrial. We like to say that we are at the crossroad between let's say a company and an academia. So we are somewhere in between. We do a lot of basic sciences, a lot of engineering, a lot of R&D, but at the end of the day, we are also operating one of the most complex machines that humankind has ever built. So that's an interesting exposure when you are a young professional or a student, because we are essentially at the border between the for-profit and the non-profit world in many ways. So I'll try to illustrate all that in the coming minutes. This is a picture taken from the sky of our region. So what you see here on the right-hand side is Lake Geneva. The orange line that you see there is the border between our host states. So on the left-hand side here, you've got France. On the right-hand side, you've got Geneva. And just to give you an idea of the scale, this is Geneva Airport, which, for example, is designed to to let Airbus A380 planes land. So it's a fairly big airport. And this white line that you see over here, this is the footprint of our LHC collider, so the Large Hadron Collider. This is located about 100 meters underground. So from the surface, when you drive through the countryside, you don't necessarily see it, but it gives you an idea of the unique type of research facility that we are hosting at CERN. CERN is a laboratory dedicated to particle physics. As I was saying, one of the basic goals that we've got is to push the boundaries of human knowledge in fundamental particle physics. And we like to say this is sending us right back to understanding also our universe, because there is a very strong overlap between what we do in high energy physics and what our colleagues do in astrophysics. So there are 4 pillars in our mission. I will detail some of them and go a bit faster for some other ones, because I'd like to spend a bit of time on the opportunities for students at CERN. And we have currently quite a few students from KAUST. So I'd like to take the time to explain what they are doing and why this was mutually beneficial. Let me first start with research. So what you see here on the screen is a picture taken in one of the 2 experiments at CERN that have identified the Higgs boson. If you remember, in 2012, the Higgs boson was celebrated by the award of a Nobel Prize to 2 gentlemen. And in order to detect, in order to get proofs or evidence of the existence of this particle, we needed to build not only an accelerator, but also a detector. This picture is taken in one of the underground caverns at CERN. It is a picture of the ATLAS detector, the second one involved in the discovery of the Higgs boson, being called DMS. What you can see already here is that even though, and it's not intuitive, even though we are trying to detect very small objects, particles, right? So subatomic, we need an awful lot of infrastructure and very, very large pieces of equipment. And that's the reason for that, is that what we're trying to see are particles that do not interact very much with matter. So you need an awful lot of matter to have a chance to stop them or detect them. So this is a colleague, just to give you an idea of the size, and this is one of the detector. What we're trying to do essentially at CERN by smashing together protons is to zoom into matter, right? So far beyond the size of a quark. So if you remember, you've got material, this is an atom with an electron, with a nucleus. Inside the nucleus, you have protons and neutrons. And if you break this down further, you get quarks. Now, as I was mentioning before, what we are trying to do is to understand where we come from. So really at the very early stage of the universe, matter had a very exotic form, a form that you can't find anymore in our day-to-day life, at least not on Earth. So what we are trying to do is to push back in time to look at what happened right there. The very, very first, let's say, the times of existence of the universe. And it is completely in line with what our colleagues from astrophysics, because the 2 sciences are complementary. What astrophysics do is that by looking at the sky with telescopes, they can see the light that propagated from the early stage of the universe. But there was a time, typically between the Big Bang and 380,000 years, when the matter was in such a state that light could not propagate. So there are today no way to, by looking at the sky, to understand what happened here, because just no light was emitted and reached us. And that's what accelerators do. They are looking at this very, very early stage of the universe. So at CERN, we've been blessed to work with Nobel Prize winners. The last 2 ones are these 2 gentlemen who were at CERN when the Higgs boson was discovered. Sadly, Peter Higgs, passed away a few weeks ago. But one thing that is, I think, illustrates very nicely what we do at CERN is the timeline of our project. These two gentlemen wrote the article predicting the existence of the Higgs boson in 1964, and they got the Nobel Prize in 2012. So that shows you how much time you need to go from an idea to experimental evidence, and that's typically what's also very unusual at CERN. So how do you do to reach that sort of things? Well, first you need accelerators, plenty of projects in that area, in technology development, in simulations, and sometimes also even in design of the accelerator. The accelerators will provide you collisions between protons, and yet that's not the end of the story. You actually want to be able to take an analogy, take a picture of what's happening at the collision point, right? When two particles are colliding, you've got the famous equation E equal mc squared. So the new matter is produced as, let's say, by the combination of the incoming energies of the two protons. And these pictures, these 3D pictures, are taken in what we call detectors. You saw one before with my colleague at the bottom. This is the second one, which is called CMS, and it's actually in the collaboration running this detector that KAUST is involved. And once the pictures are taken, then you need to analyze them, which is an entirely new challenge in itself, where we make use of artificial intelligence an awful lot, in pattern recognition, also in anomaly detection. We make use of parallel computing, plenty of code optimization using GPU these days. So now let's zoom in and go really in practice, show you what people from KAUST, whether they are faculty or student, could be doing should they decide to come to CERN. When you look at the accelerator, so it's 27 kilometers in circumference, 100 meters underground. These blue objects that you see there are dipole magnets. Their job is to apply a magnetic field strong enough to keep the particles, the protons, in orbit around the 27 kilometers of the LHC. And to do that, they need really very, very strong magnets. These magnets were designed at CERN, but of course, since there are more than 3,000 of them, they were then handed over to industry for mass production. And there you see again the interface between the for-profit and the non-profit world. When you open one of these magnets, you find plenty of technologies that were developed at CERN and on which there is an awful lot of work that could be done with KAUST. First of all, the vacuum technologies. So your beams of protons, you can see the two beams here, are circulating inside a vacuum pipe. Inside this vacuum pipe, you need super high vacuum. And the kind of vacuum we're talking about is something that you've got between the Earth and the Moon. If you move slightly away from the beam, you find this golden shaped cylinder here. This is the coil of the magnet. But in that case, because the magnetic field that we need is so significant, so large, we had to go to superconductive magnet, which means that we had to find the material, the alloy that would be suitable, find the process to put them together as a coil, and then industrialize that process. But if you're talking about superconductive material, you're also talking about cryogenics, because you need to lower the temperature in which these coils are operating. And typically at CERN, we have inside the vacuum vessel, so this inside the blue magnet, you would have superfluid helium, so 1.8 Kelvin above absolute zero. So these are all three technologies where a lot of R&D has been done and where we have a lot more. Now, once your beam is accelerated at about the speed of light, it is steered so that it collides in 4 different points. And again, today I'll focus a little bit more on CMS because this is the experiment of which KAUST is a member. Now, when we say, to keep the analogy, taking a picture, the idea is in fact to gather as much evidence of the passage of the existence of the biparticles as possible. So this is typically what you would get when you put together all the different signatures recorded by the detector. I think what's really difficult to grasp is that while this is one picture, we get about 1 billion of these per second, and we run 24/7, right? There's no weekends, no nights. We are running 3 shifts per day. What we are measuring are the trajectory of the charged particles, so these lines that you see here, but also the energy of these particles. Some of them are hadrons, like protons, like neutrons. Some of them are electrons or photons, and some of them are muons. But when you put all this together, this is the sort of things you get. And an event like this is about 2 megabytes. So there's absolutely no way you can keep all the pictures taken. Again, 1 billion per second. So very quickly, you need to go from 1 billion events, we call it events, when there is a collision per second, to only 1,000 that are actually stored at CERN on tapes and disks. So here you can already have a feel of the challenge. You need to make sure that what you actually save on tape and disk are the most promising data sets. So here you got an awful lot of data science involved, high performance computing, again, GPU, so parallel computing and artificial intelligence on FPGA, but also, of course, on servers, to make sure that the filtering process that allows you to go from 1 billion per second to 1,000 per second recorded is optimized, and that you're not throwing away valuable pieces of data. Now, let me just show you very quickly what this detector looks like in real life. So this is what you guys can see, or will see, hopefully, when you come to CERN. So this is taken 100 meters underground. This is the cavern floor. And this is our detector. So 15 meters high, 15 meters across. The pipe here in the middle is where the 2 beams are being sent to the center of the detector for collisions. And you can see that you've got an awful lot of equipment packed around this beam pipe. All this was assembled on the surface and then lowered by huge pieces down the cavern and then commissioned. This is just to give you a flavor of what it is to be working at CMS when you're either a student or a faculty, actually. So we saw the collisions, we saw the picture taking, to keep the analogy, and now we need to address the computing, right? So there is the online computing, which takes place between the detector and the storage, and then there is the offline. And for the offline, it was decided to not, let's say, concentrate the computing power, but to decentralize it. And this is what these 170 data centers across more than 40 countries, because actually I think it's 43 now, and we've got Lebanon coming online in a couple of weeks. So altogether, this is 1.4 million processing cores. So the data is stored at CERN, but then sent in all our partner universities, and KAUST certainly is one with which we're working to set up such a facility, so that we avoid single point failures. And the way to manage this huge flow of data, and we are talking 1,500 petabytes of data worldwide, to minimize the risk of mismanaging this data, we created the WLCG, which stands for Worldwide LHC Computing Grid. And again, in this field of high performance computing, there is an awful lot of training opportunities. This I will skip. Okay, so this concludes the section on research. Just to put our species back in context. When you look at the night sky, just remember that we only understand 5% of what we see. 95% of the mass and energy of the universe is unknown, which means that there are many, many questions that we still don't have an answer for. So even though we found the Higgs boson, this is by far not the end of the story. So the next steps are fairly obvious. We need to be better at colliding particles and at detecting what's happening after the collisions. So there is a program that is already well underway that we call the High Luminosity LHC, which should start being operating in 2027-28 and run until 2040. Now, this upgrade does not increase the total energy, the famous E equal mc squared. We are limited by the perimeter of the circumference, of our accelerator. So sooner or later, we're going to run out of discovery opportunities with the LHC. And then comes the next project, which is called the FCC. But this one is a lot bigger. I mean, at the moment, it's only a design, but it would be something like 91 kilometers. So if this is the current LHC, 27 kilometers, the red line is the 91 kilometers that hopefully one day will be built. Now, this is a project that will saturate our entire community. So again, an awful lot of training opportunities in this field. So now, let me say a few words on collaboration, but very quickly. So we were born, CERN, as an organization in 1954, initially with 12 member states. Now, together, we have far more states and absolutely not limited to Europe. For example, India, Pakistan, there's a new one actually that should have been added. Brazil are now among our members. And we have 50, what we call international cooperation agreements. From throughout the world, and clearly Saudi Arabia is one of them. Altogether, we are 18,000 people at CERN, and the CMS collaboration, which is present in a fair amount of countries around the world, in just itself has about 5,500 collaborators. And in there, you find the KAUST student and faculty. And we are adding new universities all the time. In the pipeline, very short-term prospect. EFAT University from Jeddah will be also entering the collaboration, and then we've got UTAS from Oman, which is also joining, and the German Jordanian University. Just to show you that we are, as a collaboration, a CMS collaboration, we are already a very large community. So plenty of opportunities to develop your network as a student. This I will skip. Now, let me focus on technology and innovation, because for students from KAUST, we fully understand that the main motivation is not physics, even though it could become physics one day, but it's technology. And as a matter of fact, CERN is a powerhouse of technology development, not because it is in our mission, it's because the sort of research we do requires equipment, requires technologies that do not exist, which we cannot just buy off the shelf. So we have to develop it ourselves. And the most famous, if I can say, illustration of this is that CERN is the place where the World Wide Web was born. When you type your www in your browser, this is a protocol that was created at CERN that allowed passing on information between different computers. And because we are non-profit, because we are open science, all this went back to society. We work with taxpayers' money from our member states, and the deal is then we share with a greater number whatever we develop. And so there are many examples of how we are working in the context of developing technology for society. We do a lot of medical imaging, cancer therapy. We are working sometimes in the aerospace industry. We are currently developing assisting Airbus to develop the jet engine of the future. We are working also on automotive and so on and so forth. The concept is always the same. When we are designing the technologies for ourselves, for our purposes, like we need an accelerator, so we need a way to accelerate particles, we need a way to focus the beams, we need a way to deliver the beams, right? So this is fairly similar to what you would need for cancer therapy, radiotherapy. So quite naturally, when we develop something for ourselves, then we pass it on to other areas of science. We are doing a lot of detection. I think you saw how the detectors work. So this, again, we develop sensors, we develop data acquisition systems. All this can be reinjected for society. Education and training is the next topic. So when you come to CERN as a student, you are joining a very large community. There are over 3,000 PhD students registered at CERN, which means that about 600 PhD CVs are completed every year. And again, in a really wide variety of topics, not just physics. So what's good about this is that as a PhD student, as a master's student, when you are with us, you are among a community that is focused on solving problems, right? So when you are physically at CERN, you're on a campus with 18,000 scientists, you will find somebody that can give you a hand when you're stuck. And that's also the value of doing an internship with us. We also welcome undergrads. I will say a word of this in a minute. These are the summer students. We also have a lot of postdocs, young graduates also. And we have all sorts of agreements with universities to also support specific PhD programs. And that's something also I wanted to mention. You have the possibility to come to CERN on what we call a non-member state PhD program. We already run a few of these, one in Jordan or with Jordan, one with Egypt. And there again, the idea is fairly similar. The people will come to CERN, spend at least a year with us, and hopefully benefit a lot from our environment. We also have a lot of what we call internships, and this is where we have a model that we've applied to KAUST. I mean, essentially what we're trying to do is to create a pipeline of talent, starting with undergraduates. So for KAUST, it kind of applies because we do that with the KGSP. But let me illustrate that with Bahrain. So we got summer students the first year. Then we opened the possibility for bachelor students to do their internship with us, then master students, then PhD students. And now we have, based at CERN, as a permanent duty station, 5 teaching assistants. And the idea is that this teaching assistant program is then feeding the hiring pipeline for the university, who are looking for the best potential teachers to hire. And all these are internships at least 1 year based at CERN. Some of them did more than a year, but 1 year is the minimum. And so today we have 4 KAUST PhD students at CERN in very different fields. So Amanat here is working, as you can see, really on technology. So developing calorimetry. Calorimetry is the way to measure the energy of an incoming particle. Wahat has been working on visualization of particle showers. So this is typically how to better, let's say, use the data coming from the detector to make it the usable, or to be able to share it with the larger community and reconstruct it. We have Anuj, we're working on big data processing and handling, and Jorge is in deep learning technologies. So they are really in computing. So that's just to illustrate that none of this requires being a physicist. And this has been running now since September, and we are preparing for the second batch of students coming from KAUST. The summer program in itself is very useful as a stepping stone. Is it okay? Can I still have 2 minutes or? Yeah. Okay. So this is a picture taken last summer. So you can see we have a large contingent of students from the Middle East. There were 3 KAUST students in 2024. and we will have another 3 this year. We also like to start even earlier with the high school teacher program, but that's maybe for some other time. Maybe just to finish, just to say that when you are at CERN, you will not feel at all alone as a student, because our age distribution peaks at 27 years of age, which are the 3,000 students, as you can imagine, that we are hosting. And even though we can't offer jobs to all the people coming through CERN, certainly we can see that for a student CV, this is very beneficial, and jobs can be found not only in academia or research, but in many other fields. And that's it for me. So please, now I'm looking forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Martin, for your presentation. You put there lots of questions, and maybe the collaborations with KAUST can help to answer some of those questions. So we have some of our researchers already there, and a new batch will be soon going through selection in the next few months. So if you're interested, I mean, apply, let your PIs that there is an interest to be part of the next cohort. Right, so you can unshare the slide, Martin, and so we can have you and Christos again. So we'll have few questions for both of you. But before that, I mean, let's thank Martin for his presentation. Thank you very much. Right, okay, so Francesca, you have some questions online and...
The question online are for Christos, and the first one is at what level the Erasmus ICM can be established within a university. So it has to be done by the university, or it can be done at lab level, department level. What are the options here?
It depends on what level the partnership is signed. So it can be doesn't have to be always at the university level. It can be at the faculty department. So it depends. If even laboratories can be partnered through ICM projects. So it really depends, but it would be good that this is coordinated by the most relevant part, like an international relations office at KAUST, so that this can be a bit consistent and also to have a common approach for all departments and faculties.
Thank you. There is, you already answered to this question, but I pose it anyway. Can Erasmus Fund join PhD students in collaboration with other universities in Europe?
Indeed, of course, we're not talking then about joint doctorates. So you're still following your doctoral studies at your university, but you can have a mobility of a few weeks or a few months up to a year at a partner university, either to be involved in teaching or in research. So it is possible. There is no restriction in terms of discipline. It all depends on the two universities that agree on the partnership. PhD students, in a way, they're the most favored by the program, because depending on their status within their host university, can participate both as staff or as students. Therefore, all the options are on the table for them. But it's good to clarify that we're not talking about a joint doctoral program. Then you don't receive your doctorate by more than one university. Whatever you do at your host university must be counted towards your doctoral studies back home.
Thank you. And the third question, that maybe is more for KAUST, is who in KAUST can help me handle an Erasmus program?
Well, this we will see also what support is for later. So what support is available. So any question, I mean, from the audience here for Christos? Right, so maybe some questions for Martin. Right, so we have some questions online for you, Martin, and someone was asking for how long the exchange is foreseen, and if there's chance that it can be prolonged.
The answer is yes. It can be as long as this is something funded. So the minimum is 1 year. It's not a philosophical reason. It's really because practically the project that we are running started some time ago, and they're going to be running for quite some time after the student. So it's a bit like catching a moving train, which means that it will take a while for a student to become acquainted with the topic and be able to contribute in a measurable way. And that's why supervisors who are going to train the student want the student then to stay a bit long enough, if you like, to recover their investment in time and energy. But that's a minimum. We have students who have been staying for 3 years, and this is completely fine. As long as it's okay for KAUST, we have no limitation.
Well,
I have a new question for Martin. Is the 11-month program will continue between KAUST and CERN?
Well, I certainly hope so. The idea is that we are going now for the second cohort that are expected in September. The first cohort consisted of 4 students. Again, this is up to KAUST. We don't necessarily need to limit ourselves to 4. And my hope, I mean, the way we built this program with KAUST was certainly to make it something long-term and sustainable.
Thank you so much.
Martin. We have another question. Do you support and help, I mean, relocation to Switzerland? There's any specific service that you provide, I mean, to those who are keen to get on board?
Yes, absolutely. So first of all, everything that has to do with the residence permit and work permit, this is handled by us. We have a diplomatic channel with our host state, France and Switzerland. So that's fairly simple. Now, to find accommodation in the region, we have at CERN a number of hotels and a hostel on campus. This is short-term accommodation, but it allows the student to, let's say, to have somewhere to go initially, the first days or weeks of their stay, and to give them an opportunity then to settle down in the region and look for an apartment.
Yeah, thank you, Martin. There's another question for you here. If you support joint programs with other accelerators like Sesame in Jordan?
Absolutely, absolutely. So Sesame is a daughter lab of CERN. I'm representing CERN at the Sesame Council. So indeed, we try as much as we can to cross-pollinate between Sesame and CERN. This is on a case-by-case basis. Sesame, as you may know, is smaller than us, and let's say there are some limitations about the availability of supervisors, just because this is an extremely busy place. But whenever we can, we absolutely will try to organize some kind of technology transfer to Sesame. And the students who would be interested in this aspect of the collaboration with Sesame will be supported, absolutely.
Thank you. And there's one more question that is about if you offer at CERN training in soft skills, like improving communication, applying to European funding, different support mechanisms for researchers to improve their chance and progress in their career?
The answer is yes. We have a full range of training that are accessible to students. I like that you mentioned soft skills. There is a lot of in soft skills, so in communication, leadership, conflict management, also scientific writing, presentation skills, but also in something more longer term, like team building, you know. So yes, the answer is absolutely yes. The student can register online, and based on availability, they will that enrollment will be linked to a start date, and that's it. I mean, at CERN, you will have training in many areas, whether it's web design, also web development, whether it's electrical engineering. I mean, there's a very large array of training open to people on site.
Okay, thank you very much. Francesca, do we have any?
I have one last question. It's from one of our faculty. He received an email from, sorry, it's for Christos, actually, the question. The faculty received an email from an Erasmus Mundus student that wanted to do the third part of the master here in KAUST. So what is the faculty supposed to do? He is not European, he never heard about Erasmus Mundus before, so he would like some advice.
So for an Erasmus Mundus student already enrolled in the program, the options are already predefined by the consortium. So depending on which universities are delivering the joint degree, usually the enrolled student is presented with the options. Sometimes there are mandatory semesters at a given university, and sometimes they can choose. If KAUST is already part of running Erasmus Mundus Joint Master, then of course it's up to the student to choose to go there for a semester. But if not, they cannot just decide to go to a university external to the consortium. So I would say it needs to be.
Okay, no, it was not actually in the consortium. So the students just asked to come in. It's not possible.
It's not, unless there is an option for the consortium to have, let's say, a kind of research or traineeship period that can be at a location of choice of the students. So, but all of these consortia run autonomously once they have received the funding from the European Commission. So it depends really. The students should check with the secretariat of their master program to see what are the real options.
Okay, thank you so much.
I have another question for you, Martin. It's from a Saudi scientist. Is asking if this opportunity is open only to KAUST or other universities across Saudi Arabia are eligible and can participate to this mobility scheme.
So today, these opportunities only apply to KAUST because only KAUST in Saudi Arabia has decided to become a member of the CMS collaboration. However, as I mentioned in the talk, EFAT is going to be with us as of August. Therefore, anybody at EFAT can also become eligible. And then it's only a matter of, let's say, the university of affiliation of these gentlemen to reach out and decide that working with us is something they actually would like to do. We are open to any new universities. It's just that because CERN is an international organization, there needs to be a collaboration agreement in place for people to be able to come and work with us.
And there's another one just came in. So that there's a student, I'm interested to apply. So what I should be doing now, to who I should be writing. So how to make this. Yeah, no, this is for you, Martin. So there's someone is interested. So what's next step?
So my understanding, but I think KAUST should confirm it, that it's imminently they're going to be an announcement, so a call for candidates throughout the network of KAUST, and then these students will be invited to send their CVs. I will collect the CVs. And together with KAUST, we're going to select the most promising ones, and then they will be interviewed for different topics. And yeah, I mean, upon the end of the selection, they would be invited to come for at least a year.
All right, and there's another one for you, Christos, is about can organizations top up what the EU is offering for the mobility schemes, if it's possible?
Yes, indeed, I touched upon it briefly. So we have the option of what we call a EU Zero grant. meaning that the participant is still facilitated by the administrative framework and by the existing partnership, but the scholarship comes not from the EU, but from somewhere else. It could be from the partner university like KAUST, from a national or regional scheme, etc. So this is possible. Of course, it needs to be part of an existing ICM partnership. Therefore, that means that the European university has applied for ICM to receive funding to do exchanges of students or staff with KAUST. They might have received funding or not, but that means that an running application and project is in place, and then the partner university from whatever country can also contribute funding to ensure that there is a higher number of mobilities in place.
All right, thank you very much. Francesca, any other question? Okay, that's fine. So we have no more questions. Thank you both for being with us this afternoon. And we'll put all the answers and additional questions in a Q&A that will be distributed to the participants. The sessions will be also available, and also the slides that you presented. And if we have additional questions, we might get back to you. So thanks again, and see you soon. Maybe, who knows, here in person next year. Thank you again. Bye for now.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so now we move to the last sessions of the day. So what support is available here at KAUST? We have Erwan Arzel, is the Director of Support Services, that will share, how to move all these from theory to practice and make it happen. So you have a hard role, Erwan. Your slides are already here. So we lost a few people, since the morning session, but we have many online. So there's around how many, Francesca? 60 people online.
Hi, everybody. Sorry, you're gonna have this session now. I would have preferred to have it at 8 in the morning, but you're gonna have to bear with me. And well, I hope this will give you some information about how the research is supported at KAUST. And so my name is Erwan Arzel. As Luca mentioned, I manage the Research Funding and Services Office under the Vice President for Research. And we deal with all the research administration linked to the funding programs that KAUST can get either internally or externally. And I will get into this in a few moments. So unlike the EU program or the national program in Europe, we're not getting the money from taxpayers. We're getting money from the endowment of KAUST, and every year we get a budget, and that budget pays for salaries and, of course, the research that you guys are doing. So what are the main type of research funding at KAUST? Faculty baseline funding, by far the biggest portion. Then we have also the internal competitive funding and, of course, external research funding. So faculty baseline funding is used to support mostly students, postdocs, of course, as well as the research element that goes with it. The internal competitive funding is something one doesn't find easily in other universities. So that I will talk about in a few moments. And then the external research funding is something that people find in every places. You can apply to EU, you can apply to NSF, you can apply to A*STAR in Asia, depending on where you are. But you know that as well as me. So I will focus on the internal competitive program that we have at KAUST. So we have several programs, but they have been realigned with the national priorities, as you all know. That have been established by the Research Development Innovation Authority in Saudi Arabia in 2022. So health and wellness, sustainable development and essential needs, energy and industrial leaders, as well as economies of the future. And currently we have 4 programs. I would say 4 because the competitive research grant program is supposed to be launched next week. Relaunched next week. So we have also technology research grant, Center of Excellence. Those 2 programs are going under review at the moment. And they are more towards applied research. Conference support is something that is also provided by our office, and the competitive research grant. So this competitive research grant has been running at KAUST for the last 12 years. It's been a little pause last year due to budget reorganization. So this has been a flagship project. It's curiosity-driven research program. So this is peer-reviewed externally, like all our internal competitive programs. So this is going through first a letter review by expert in the field. Then there's a rebuttal period for the PI. And then there is a panel recommendation made by an external panel. So there are 2 stages review, and the decision is made by KAUST afterwards. So all those programs that I mentioned are open to support PhD students, master students, as well as postdocs, technicians, as well as research scientists to some extent. So since 2011, sorry. So the CRG has supported about 350 grants. That includes 450 collaborators worldwide. Okay, so it's small compared to other universities, but for KAUST, it's a fair program. And of course, all those programs help to collaborate with international partners. And as you see, this is for the last 5 years, where the main articles are coming from or in collaboration with. So Europe and Asia are driving the collaboration aspect in KAUST, followed by North America, and then Middle East, Africa. Numbers are one thing, of course. Quantitative is good, but quality is even better. So when you look at the quality of the research that is done by KAUST through all those collaboration, whether it's baseline, whether it's internal funding, competitive funding, or even external, the idea is to have quality research, impact research. And at least on the academic side, one way to measure it is to look at the field-weighted citation impact. The norm is 1, so it's quite simple. And you can see that all those numbers are well above average, and some going up to 6 or even more. So, of course, I mentioned the internal funding programs, the baseline, but of course, those are not the only ways to support research. And we have, of course, the external funding programs and the collaborators and sponsors that support us. And that's what I'm going to talk about. So those are the main, it's not an exhaustive list, of course, but those are the main sponsors that we've been working with, or collaborators or programs. You see a little EU flag. So I don't think we've got much funding from EU, but we have participated in many of their consortium and supported faculty in that endeavor. Sorry, the pointer. Yeah, so those 4 are centered from the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture. Those are very important partners. And I think the Ministry of Environment is here. So you see a lot of industry, right? And we have, over time, developed strategic partnership with some of those companies, quite large. We had, in addition to this one, we had Lockheed Martin until 2 years ago. And those companies have agreed to develop master research agreement with us, which give us an umbrella to work together. So this is done through long-term collaborative efforts. We can run research projects. We've got postdoc fellowships. We've got professor chairs. We even got with some others, which are not here, we've got PhD fellowships. So those are usually the partners are open to different schemes depending of their strategy. So going back to this list of sponsors, one that has been established recently, I mentioned the RDIA priorities or national research pillars. The Research Development and Innovation Authority has been created a couple of years ago, and they have come up with some research funding program last year. And Again, I don't want to mention them, the 4 pillars towards which they have run their program or build their programs. That was divided in 3 different types. There was the basic science, the technology, and the support for labs. Okay, so this is the basic science. I won't go through this, but in short, they had 3 programs, and it's still running, so it's under review as well. Through the Young Scholar Program, the Basic Science, and the Research Consortium. And maybe the Research Consortium is probably the closest you can find to our competitive research grant program. Okay, so this is under review. The program had some hiccups. We hope that by the end of the summer, we'll have some news from them. The good thing is, out of the 3 programs, so I mentioned basic science, technology, applied research, and support of lab in need. The 3rd program has already been awarded, so I think there is hope to think that we're going to get some news by the end of the summer, hopefully. All I know is that the screening program is fine, is done. So at least they move 1 step forward. There's one thing one needs to acknowledge is they have opened this program to the entire kingdom, meaning it's not only universities that could apply, ministries could apply, companies could apply, hospitals, everyone could apply. So I think they got a bit overwhelmed with the number of applications, which is about 6,000. Of course, this is a different enterprise to take care of than a competitive research grant program where we get about 100 proposals. So the other one is the technology initiative. So again, they came up with three programs, similarly with the opportunity to develop new technologies, etc. So those programs are also under review. And as I mentioned, the reactivation and rebuilding of existing labs. Okay, so this one has been awarded, I think about 80 labs were awarded this. So I guess that if they are consistent, they should award some of those basic or applied research program to those labs so that they make good use of the new facilities that they have inherited from the 3rd program. I think that's it for me. I don't want to bother you with administrative aspects, but if you have any questions about the sponsors, about how we support research at KAUST, don't hesitate to contact us or ask questions now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Erwan. So any questions from the audience? Yes. The mic is here. Use the mic because there's many people online. Otherwise, they cannot hear you.
I saw the Centers of Excellence as one of your listed funding instruments. Is it a one-off thing that was only this call and it's never going to be again? Or is the plan that there will be more calls for Centers of Excellence?
Well, good question. My opinion was there would be only one call. My opinion might be wrong. Depending on the outcome of this, the outcome of the competition that we have now, there might be a new competition next year if the outcome is not good enough. Okay. This is also driven by budget limitations. So you have a couple of factors to take into account before you make the decision to run a second call. That I cannot tell. Okay.
So I have one question online. So based on the KAUST strategy that we are focusing more and more on accelerating innovation, will there be new funding mechanism going in that direction to increase the TRLs at KAUST?
Well, so the 2 programs that are meant to do that are in research. They are the Technology Research Grant and the Center of Excellence. So those running, we may have some smaller technology research grant to get, more like testing ideas in that in that field. I mean, in the higher TRL than 0 or 1. Then NTI is supposed also to develop some programs to support higher TRL level, more like research development. So we're moving to outside the applied research, I think. So yes, in a way, but it's not yet established. I think they're building their program.
Mm-hmm. Right. So I have another question here for KFUPM. Can we apply to your funding?
So the funding is open to KAUST PIs for now. Okay. So this is the internal competitive funding of KAUST is open to KAUST PIs. They can collaborate on some programs. They can get funded on some programs, but that's the main PI will be from KAUST.
So collaboration is possible.
Yes.
Then with
of course
across the kingdom.
Yep.
Right.
Mark.
Yeah, just to follow up to question. So we were told that there would be a call for COE this year. There would be only 2 selected, and then there would be another call next year with 2 more. And now you're saying that there is only 1 call, and we have been told that Pierre has said at the meeting that 5 COEs would be selected. So, I mean, sometimes a bit of consistency is useful. I don't know. I mean,
I cannot tell you what the results is going to be. Okay, we're organizing the review. We're providing the information to KAUST management, and they will make the decision. So if they have, say, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 15, at the end, we will be limited by the funding. So the only thing I know is the funding above 4 will be challenging. If it's 2, well, it's 2. If it's 4, it's 4. I can't decide for them. I agree with you that consistency is important, but I'm not making those statements.
More questions from the floor? So I have another question online. It says, if a faculty or a department, a division is interested in Erasmus Mundus or in Erasmus collaborative framework, they have to pass through you, or they can submit the application themselves?
That's something we usually don't take care of. Students, for us, are taken care of by divisions. As far as I know, if I go to the delegation of authority, this is more linked to the academic affairs rather than the research. If that's a challenge, we can help, of course, but that would be the first step. I would go through the divisions.
So divisions can apply themselves, basically.
Yeah, for Erasmus, yes.
Yeah. All right.
Yes.
And what about the Marie Curie? Then it's
that I think we would take care of.
It will be through you then.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Any additional question? All right. So thank you very much, everyone, for being with us. Thank you. Right, so we get into the end now of this long day. So you heard a lot about what opportunities are there from Europe for researchers, collaborative projects, individual investigator-driven grants. So there's a lot there that you can think about and apply for. We heard there's support available also at the university. So we had a good turnout in the morning. We lost a few people in the afternoon in the room, but we got many online, more than 60 people. So I'm sure there will be more questions coming through in the coming days. So thank you for being with us. And for sure, there will be new editions of European Union Info Days in the future. Thank you also to Erwan, because this event is co-organized with the office of the VPR and the office of the Provost. And
would like to add that there were more questions online. Of course, we had to do a selection. So if you have more questions, we will open a section of Marifa, KAUST. And you will be able to write there your question, and we will make sure you get an answer.
That's a good idea. We can do that. So thank you very, very much, and see you next time.